Wu Jingyi and the steward flinched in unison at Anxioli's words. Wu Jingyi's mind scrambled. How could Anxioli have evidence? It all happened so fast. There was no way she'd had time to gather proof. She straightened her spine and arranged her features into a wounded expression. Go ahead, miss, and show your proof. I'm an honest person. I have nothing to hide. Anxioli could barely believe she still wouldn't admit it. Shameless people really were invincible. She pulled out a digital audio recorder and hit play. The voices were unmistakable, the exact conversation from when Anxioli first woke inside that warehouse with Wu Jingyi. Wu Jingyi, if you release me right now, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Let me make this crystal clear. Anxioli. You're the one on the chopping block, and I'm holding the knife. Don't you dare talk down to me. As if I'd ever let you go. Never. What's everybody standing around for? Don't just stand there. Give our miss and the welcome she deserves. Wu Jingyi and the steward both went white as the recording played. Wu Jingyi vividly remembered taking Anxioli's phone. How had she still had a voice recorder on her? Unless she'd planned for this the whole time. But there was no fixing it now. Her legs buckled, and she dropped to her knees in front of Anxioli. Missin, I was out of my mind. I don't know what came over me. Please, just let me off this once. Anxioli stared down at her, expressionless. When I begged you to let me go inside that warehouse, what did you say? Now I'll say it back to you, never. Wu Jingyi had no choice but to swivel toward the steward. Auntie, please beg Mr. Xiao for me. I swear I'll never do anything like this again, just this one time. The steward had always thought Wu Jingyi was clever, but the girl was beyond stupid, caught red-handed and demolished in an instant. Still, she was the one who'd brought Wu Jingyi onto Taiping Mountain. If this blew up, she'd have to answer to the Wu family. She swallowed her pride and turned to Xiao Yi, her voice pleading. Yi, I've looked after you for over 10 years. Let my niece off this once. She was only jealous of Missin. She made a stupid mistake. Missin is safe now. Can't you just drop it? Anxioli's temper detonated. The only reason I'm standing here in one piece is because another crew came to kill me and took out her people first. If those 2 assassins hadn't shown up, do you honestly think I'd have walked away without a scratch? She was stretching the truth, but Wu Jingyi had hurt her, and she had zero intention of forgiving her. The steward didn't even glance at Anxioli in her eyes. Anxioli was irrelevant. What mattered was Xiao Yi's position. If he decided to let it go, who cared how angry Anxioli got? She looked at Xiao Yi, eyes desperate. Yi, I may not have been perfect, but I've given my best all these years for my sake. Can you spare Jingyi? Wu Jingyi knelt on the floor, tears streaking her face. She crawled forward a couple of paces, reaching toward the hem of Xiao Yi's trousers, but she was too terrified of angering him, so she just tipped her chin up, eyes glistening. Mr. Xiao, please, please. That pitiful act would have melted any other man's heart. Anxioli's hands curled into fists at her sides. A cold glint flashed through her eyes. If Xiao Yi dared help Wu Jingyi, she'd bury them both. Ha! Xiao Yi let out a dry, humorless laugh and crossed to the sofa, sinking into the cushions. They hurt Anxioli. Why are you begging me? The steward and Wu Jingyi froze. Was he saying he wasn't going to interfere? The steward had no choice but to swallow her pride and turn to Anxioli. Missin, Jingyi made a mistake. I apologize on her behalf. I can compensate you generously. Can't you let it go, for my sake? No. And Xiaoli's voice could have cracked ice. Who are you? Why would I give a damn about your sake? The steward choked on her next words, irritation flashing across her face. She spun toward Xiao Yi. Yi, I watched you grow up. Everyone treats me with respect because of you. Misson is merely a guest here. Humiliating me like this is practically a slap in your face. And Xiaoli sneered inwardly, trying to wedge herself between her and Xiao Yi, as if she cared. Xiao Yi sat on the sofa, his expression unreadable, but the tension radiating from him was suffocating. His whole presence darkened. He toyed with the ring on his finger, his voice flat. Is that so? The steward's lips curved in satisfaction. On Taiping Mountain, Xiao Yi's word was law. If Xiaoli dared disrespect him, she'd see exactly how that ended. Xiao Yi said to his assistant, bring in the rest of the household staff. Yes, sir. The assistant left to summon everyone. The steward's confidence swelled. Yi, it's time to set some rules. Some people seem to think they're the mistress of Taiping Mountain and they don't even respect you. Xiao Yi's gaze flicked to An Ruoxi. True. An Ruoxi's frown deepened. It looked like today was heading toward a bloodbath. Her fists tightened. Within minutes the assistant had assembled the entire staff. More than 100 people packed the living room, heads bowed, anxiety stamped on every face. Xiao Yi's cold stare swept over them before he spoke. In your opinion, is Misson a guest on Taiping Mountain? The servants trembled, fear skittering through their eyes. Not one of them dared answer. Xiao Yi pointed at one. You speak. The maid he indicated shuddered. She darted a glance at the steward, then stammered. The steward said that Misson would eventually leave. So there was no need to pay her too much attention. Xiao Yi's expression hardened. He pointed at several more servants. Their answers were almost identical. The steward watched Xiao Yi's face grow darker and darker, a sinking dread coiling in her stomach. Yi, I didn't mean anything by it, she rushed to explain. You've never brought a woman home before, so I just assumed Misson would leave sooner or later. Xiao Yi's eyes went flat and merciless. So while he'd been bending over backward to win her back, these people had been scheming to drive her away, and no wonder Wu Jingyi had the nerve to pull what she did. Fine. Just fine. He fixed his gaze on the steward. I didn't realize Taiping Mountain belonged to you. The steward's face drained of color. She hit the floor with a heavy thud. Yi, it's not like that. I've always been in charge of caring for you. I was only trying to keep everyone focused on you. Caring for me? Xiao Yi let out a cold laugh. You think I have amnesia? When everyone else thought I was crazy and wouldn't come near me, you were just a little braver and more patient than the rest. All you did was make sure I got 3 meals a day. That's it. I remember the time I fell down the stairs. I had to call the doctor myself. Where were you? Playing mahjong with the other servants. The steward stared at him in horror. He had never breathed a word of this before. She'd assumed he didn't know, but he knew everything. She scrambled for excuses, but nothing came. Xiao Yi's voice was cold steel. You're old now. It's time for you to leave. Pack your things and get off Taiping Mountain. Leave Taiping Mountain? The steward's face crumpled. Yi, you can't do this. I've served the Xiao family for decades. You can't just throw me away. Xiao Yi's eyes were dark and unyielding. I let things slide because I didn't want to waste energy. Don't think I don't know what you've been up to all these years. Get out before I change my mind. Terror flickered in the steward's eyes. She was accustomed to a life of comfort and command. If she left Taiping Mountain, where would she go? How would she survive? Get out. Xiao Yi's voice dropped to a low growl. The steward knew there was no going back. She swallowed her pride, her voice barely a whisper. I understand. The maid got up and started packing her things. Jingjing watched her aunt get thrown out and started shaking uncontrollably. Xiao Yuan's narrow eyes locked onto her, cold and absolute. Your turn. Jingjing's face went pale. She crawled to the young lady's feet, clutching the hem of her dress, begging. Miss, I know I was wrong, please. One more chance, just one. The young lady shook her off. You made this bed, now lie in it. Xiao Yuan twisted the ring on his finger, something cruel flickering behind his gaze. Assistant, Miss Jingjing here enjoys destroying people's reputations. Find 8 men to keep her company. Let her taste her own medicine. Jingjing's eyes flew wide with horror. She shook her head wildly, sobbing. No, please. The assistant didn't give her another breath. He signaled, and 2 mercenaries dragged her out. With the maid and Jingjing dealt with, Xiao Yuan swept his gaze across the room full of trembling servants. From today on, the young lady is the mistress of Taiping Mountain. Her word is my word. Do I make myself clear? The servants kept their heads down. Understood. The young lady frowned. She'd been planning to leave Taiping Mountain soon, but Xiao Yuan's attitude made one thing obvious: she wasn't going anywhere. She'd have to come up with a new plan. And group. The conference room. The stock had cratered so hard the shareholders were demanding an emergency board meeting. The chairman sat at the head of the table, his expression carved from stone below him. The shareholders tore into him. Mr. Chairman, what exactly is going on? Your deceased brother's daughter is alive, and you had no idea. It's worse than that. People online are saying you killed your own brother for the inheritance, and now you're trying to murder your niece. What are you going to do about it? This mess triggered 2 trading halts today. It'll tank even more tomorrow. This is our money. We need a solution, and we need it now. They talked over each other, voices climbing, pounding at his skull. Enough. He slammed the table. I've already sent people to clean this up. We're issuing statements that I had nothing to do with it. We're pulling the trending topics down. The noise will die. Someone shot back. Killing the news won't kill the story. Your brother's daughter is alive. The company needs to address that publicly, or the rumors keep spreading. Forget addressing it. Have the daughter come out herself and say the assassination had nothing to do with you. Otherwise, that stock price isn't bouncing back. The chairman had heard enough. I'll make her say it. He stormed out of the conference room. The An residence. What? The sister stared at her father, stunned. Dad, you're bringing the young lady back to the An family? The brother's face twisted. Dad, Grandpa adores her. If you bring her back, she'll claw into the inheritance. The chairman knew they were right. You think I want this? His voice cracked like a whip. If those two idiot assassins hadn't let my name slip, and if the stock hadn't cratered because of it, would I be letting her back through that door? The sister stamped her foot. How is that bitch so lucky? Two assassins from the province couldn't finish her off. A cruel gleam crossed the chairman's face. I heard Xiao Yuan's girlfriend got grabbed, and he showed up at the scene. That's the only reason she's breathing, otherwise, the young lady would be dead right now. The brother snorted. She got lucky, but once she's under our roof, I'll make her life a living hell. The chairman nodded, his voice cold. Let her come back. She's an orphan girl with nothing. How is she supposed to fight us? A smile spread across the sister's face. Exactly, why didn't I think of that? Once she's living under our roof, we can do whatever we want to her right under our noses. The chairman said nothing, but a venomous light burned in his eyes. Don't worry, brother. I'll send your daughter to join you soon enough. Your whole family will be reunited. Taiping Mountain. The young lady soaked in a luxurious milk bath. She knew the chairman would summon her back to the An family soon. Once she went back, treatment like this was over. She'd enjoyed every second of it, and she was a little reluctant to let it go. After her bath, she wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out of the bathroom. She'd barely made it into the bedroom when she spotted Xiao Yuan standing on her balcony, smoking in the darkness. His narrow eyes gleamed like a wolf tracking prey. The young lady clutched her chest and stepped back. What are you doing in my room? Xiao Yuan leaned lazily against the railing, exhaling a slow stream of smoke. Came over from the balcony, he said, something almost amused in his voice. The young lady rolled her eyes. Xiao Yuan, pulling a move like this, wasn't he worried about looking ridiculous? She grabbed her pajamas off the bed, changed in the bathroom, then came out and joined him on the balcony. What's going on, this late? Xiao Yuan held the cigarette between his lips, his dark eyes roaming over her. The kidnapping, you planning to explain that? The young lady's gaze flickered. It's just, don't lie to me. He cut her off, his eyes sharpening. When I carried you out of that container, I saw something in your eyes. You keep telling yourself it's gratitude, but it's more than that. It touches something deep inside me. I want to know what it is. The young lady looked away, her heartbeat picking up speed. She hadn't expected him to read her that clearly. I don't know what you're talking about. You do. Xiao Yuan stepped closer, the heat of him pressing into her space. And I'm not leaving until you tell me. The night air hung still between them. The young lady finally met his gaze. Maybe I'm just tired of running. Maybe I'm tired of pretending I don't feel anything. Xiao Yuan's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes, something hungry. Then stop pretending. He flicked the cigarette over the railing. I want more. And Xiao Yi considered her words carefully before she spoke. Wu Jingyi told me to meet her at the orphanage. It felt off, so I tucked a recording pen in my pocket just in case. She hired men to assault me right when they were about to grab me. The assassins Xie Mingyu sent showed up and killed all 4 of them. After that, I managed to pull some information from the 2 killers. They were about to finish me off too, but then Mr. Xiao Yi showed up. The assassins recognized you were more trouble than they wanted and ran. She had meant to say the police scared them off, but Xiao Yi stepping in made the story land better. She couldn't afford to reveal her assassin background. This version would hold. Xiao Yi said nothing, his dark eyes stayed fixed on her. Under that steady stare, a needle of guilt pricked at her. Did he suspect something? A long silence stretched between them. Then Xiao Yi leaned in close, his face only inches from hers. So that makes me your savior now, doesn't it? His clean, masculine scent, layered with a trace of cigarette smoke, hit her nostrils. An Ruoxi's heart stuttered. She shifted sideways. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. A faint smile ghosted through his narrowed eyes. A life debt is worth a hell of a lot more than a thank you. And Xiao Yi looked up at him, her pale face glowed brighter than moonlight. What do you want, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Yi's hand slid around her slender waist. He pulled her flush against him. How about you pay me back with your body? His low voice was pure seduction. An Ruoxi froze. Before she could react, Xiao Yi angled his head and kissed her. Possessive, intense, aggressive, leaving zero room for refusal. An Ruoxi's mind went completely blank. For a moment, she forgot to even respond. He forced her lips apart, his tongue tangling with hers in a demanding rhythm. Soon, and Xiao Yi could barely breathe. Her legs went weak. She pressed both hands against his chest, feeling the scorching heat of him through his shirt. A pained little sound escaped her. Xiao Yi eased the kiss slightly, but his burning lips still hovered against her soft ones. Then he bent, lifted her up, and carried her toward the bedroom, never breaking the kiss. An Ruoxi had never been in this position before. Her heart pounded like a drum in her chest, her head spun in a dizzy blur. He pressed her down onto the bed. His large hands, hot and electric, roamed freely over her body. An Ruoxi gasped, her breathing short and ragged. Xiao Yi, let go of me. She forced the words through clenched teeth. Xiao Yi didn't stop. He only grew bolder. His hand slipped beneath the hem of her shirt. Be good. Xiao Yi. Don't move. I'll make you feel good. His fingers traced slowly downward. An Ruoxi's eyes flew wide open, her entire face flushed crimson. Shame and fury warred inside her, but she couldn't fight back too hard. She might blow her covered. As his touch grew more unrestrained, she steeled herself and bit down hard on his lip. Xiao Yi winced and finally pulled away. He was breathing heavily, the corners of his eyes tinged red with raw lust. You bit me. And Xiao Yi was panting too. A faint pink blush spread across her cheeks, making her look like a peach blossom in full bloom. You're the one who was attacking me. Xiao Yi sat on the edge of the bed, watching her wide-eyed, caught somewhere between anger and embarrassment. Heat coiled low in his stomach. Damn, she was too cute. He wanted to absolutely wreck her. He chuckled softly and leaned close to her ear. His voice was pure sin. Your mouth says no, but your body's being pretty honest. He glanced down at his left hand. An Ruoxi's face burst into flames. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Get out. Xiao Yi knew that if he pushed any further, she'd really lose it. He licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste. The gesture was obscene. Try not to dream about me tonight. He stood and walked to the door. When he pulled it open, he paused and looked back at her. Xiao Yi, you can't escape me. and Xiao Yi threw another pillow at his head, but Xiao Yi had already closed the door behind him. Deep in the night, lying in bed, and Xiao Yi's lashes fluttered, she was dreaming. Did I end the dream? Xiao Yi pinned her to the bed again, kissing her senseless. Unlike the abrupt end in reality, in the dream, they went all the way. Caught in the wild storm of it, his seductive voice whispered in her ear. Baby Xiao Yi, does it feel good? Lost in the peak of pleasure, she only managed to answer after he'd asked 3 times, each one more insistent than the last. Yes, at that moment, and Xiao Yi jolted awake. Daylight streamed in through the windows. She sat up in bed, gasping for air. The memory of the dream flooded back, and her face blazed hot again. How the hell could she have a dream like that? This was Xiao Yi's fault, all his fault, for seducing her. She grabbed her phone from the nightstand. It was already past 9 in the morning. Had the dream really gone on that long? And Xiao Yi steadied her breathing just as she threw off the covers to go wash up. Her phone rang. She glanced at the screen. Unknown number. Her expression went cold. After a few seconds, she answered. Xie Mingyu's icy, detached voice came through the line. And Xiao Yi, I've told grandfather you're alive. He wants to see you. Come back to the old mansion today. And Xiao Yi answered flatly, fine. The infamily mansion, old master, and leaned on his cane, cheerfully directing the servants. You two, go clean up Xiao Yi's room, lay out my best mulberry silk sheets. She won't be sleeping on cheap fabric. And put plenty of fresh flowers in there. They lift her mood. Stock her favorite snacks and fruit. Change them out daily. Everything has to be fresh. No repeats. Steward, tell the kitchen to prepare everything exactly to Xiao Yi's taste. The steward smiled warmly. Understood, old master. Li Yaqing and Han Lu sat on the living room sofa, their faces pinched with jealousy at the old man's blatant favoritism. Li Yaqing whined, Grandfather, we're your grandchildren too. Why do you treat Xiao Yi so much better? Old master and shot her a cold look. Xiao Yi is your sister. I don't expect you to look after her. But are you seriously going to be jealous right now? Terrified of angering him, Li Yaqing quickly plastered on a smile. Grandfather, that's not what I meant. I'm thrilled my sister's coming home. Why would I be jealous? Old master and's expression softened slightly. That's more like it. And Xiao Yi's aunt, Jingjing, was also at the mansion. She couldn't hold back a sneer. Xiao Yi is our grandfather's most beloved granddaughter. Nobody else even comes close. Old master and glared at her, clearly irritated. If any of you were half as outstanding as Xiao Yi, I'd shower you with affection too, but you're not. Especially you. Seeing that he was about to launch into a full scolding, Jingjing cut in quickly. Dad, I was only joking. Why do you take everything so seriously? Old master unwrapped his cane hard against the floor. The point is, Xiao Yi coming back alive is a blessing. Anyone who makes her unhappy will find themselves very unhappy in return. Jingjing's face drained of color. Yes, Dad got it. Li Yaqing and Han Lu both looked thoroughly displeased, but neither dared to say another word. Just then, a servant burst in, beaming. Old master, Miss Xiao Yi is here. Old master and rushed toward the door. Grandfather. Before he even reached the doorway, He heard that familiar voice. Old Master An's eyes instantly welled with tears. "Sweetheart, my poor sweetheart." Old Master An held An Ruoxi tight. His hands trembling. An Ruoxi burrowed into her grandfather's arms, her eyes burning. After the car accident that took her parents, her grandfather had been so devastated he'd suffered a heart attack and slipped into a coma. She'd left the imperial city before she could see him again. She thought she'd lost him forever, but the heavens hadn't been entirely cruel. She squeezed him hard, her voice cracking. "Grandfather, I missed you so much." Old Master An patted her back gently. "Coming home is what matters. That's all that matters now." And Choo-Choo and An Shenyu watched the emotional reunion from the side, barely hiding their resentment. An Xiao stepped closer, forcing a smile. "Dad, don't get too upset. You need to watch your health." Old Master An released his granddaughter and wiped his eyes, managing a smile. "I'm just so happy seeing my sweetheart alive again. That's all I could ask for." He led An Ruoxi to the sofa and sat down. "Tell me everything. How have you been these past 4 years?" An Ruoxi recited the story she'd rehearsed after her parents died. She'd been heartbroken and set out alone to clear her head. Along the way, she got into another accident and lost her memory. She'd only recently recovered it, and the moment she did, she came straight back to the imperial city. The story was thin, but Old Master An adored his granddaughter. He knew her character. She wasn't a liar, so he didn't question a word. His eyes reddened again. "You've suffered so much out there all these years. Don't worry now. As long as grandfather is here, no one will ever bully you again." An Ruoxi nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks. They talked for a long time on the sofa, lost in their own world. When Old Master An learned she'd been taken in by a kind family and hadn't truly suffered, some of the weight lifted from his chest. An Ruoxi excused herself to the restroom when she came out, and Choo-Choo was waiting for her at the door, her eyes burned with open malice. "Don't think just because grandfather is on your side, you're safe. You humiliated me. I am not letting this go." An Ruoxi flicked the water from her fingertips and let a cold smile curl her lips. "Then I guess we'll find out, won't we?" She walked off without another glance. An Choo-Choo watched her arrogant exit and stomped her heel in pure fury. An Ruoxi, "Just you wait, I will destroy you by lunch." And Shangxing and Zhao Qingji had arrived, and Shangxing kept his composure flawless, greeting An Ruoxi like nothing had ever happened. She played along, bowing respectfully. "Uncle." Old Master An held An Ruoxi's hand, his tone earnest. "Sweetheart, grandfather saw the news, that assassin who came after you. There's been ugly talk online, but your uncle and your father always got along so well that I simply don't believe he'd do something so heartless." An Ruoxi's eyes flickered. She clenched her jaw. An Shangxing had always played his role perfectly. The devoted younger brother. Her father probably died never believing An Shangxing was the one who'd struck, and she knew her grandfather might not believe it either. That was why she hadn't come straight back to the An family when she first returned to the imperial city. But the timing was right now. Taking back what An Shangxing had stolen from her father meant playing the long game. Patience destroy them slowly. She nodded obediently. "Grandfather, I understand. I believe uncle wouldn't do that either. But I was terrified at the time. I just released the recording without thinking. I had no idea it would cause so much damage to the in-group. Don't worry. I'll talk to the media soon and make it clear this had nothing to do with uncle. Hearing that, relief washed over old Master An's face. He said, Sweetheart, don't you worry. Grandfather already sent people to investigate. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my granddaughter, I will make them pay. An Ruoxi smiled. Thank you, grandfather. Seeing her play along so smoothly, An Ruoxi let his guard drop a fraction. The hit had been handled discreetly. The old man wouldn't find anything. And with this incident still simmering, he couldn't afford to move against An Ruoxi right now. Still, as long as she stayed under the An family's tight watch, he doubted she could stir up any real trouble. After lunch, everyone filtered out except An Ruoxi, old master, and led her upstairs to her room, a smile lighting his face. Sweetheart, grandfather had your room redone. Tell me what you think. If anything needs changing, say the word. An Ruoxi looked around. Everything was arranged exactly the way she liked it. Every piece of furniture was top tier. Her grandfather had put real thought into every detail. She smiled. Grandfather, it's perfect. I love it. Old Master An beamed. Then move back home tonight. An Ruoxi's thoughts flickered to Xiao Yuan. She hadn't told him about any of this yet. That conversation was going to be a headache. She took her grandfather's arm gently. Let me go back to my place first and pack my things. Can I move in tomorrow? He patted her hand with open affection. Fine, but you have to come keep your old grandfather company tomorrow. No excuses. Taiping Mountain. When An Ruoxi pulled up, she spotted an unfamiliar luxury car parked by the entrance. A woman in a high-end designer outfit stood at the gate, shouting toward the house. Open the door, I need to see Xiao Yuan. An Ruoxi could only see her from behind. But even from that angle, she could tell the woman was stunning. She got out of her car and approached. Can I help you? The woman turned around. An Ruoxi's breath snagged. She was beautiful in a way that felt almost unreal. Mid-30s. Maybe delicate features that looked painted on. A presence that was both elegant and quietly commanding. Just standing there with a blank expression. She looked like a portrait come to life. An Ruoxi's mind went sideways. Another romantic entanglement of Xiao Yuan's. If so, his taste had dramatically improved. The woman studied An Ruoxi, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. You live here? An Ruoxi nodded. The woman's expression darkened. Take me inside. I need to see Xiao Yuan now. An Ruoxi caught the jagged edge in her voice. Had Xiao Yuan done something to this woman and then refused to take responsibility? Was this a confrontation? Not my problem. An Ruoxi offered a polite, evasive smile. I'm just staying here temporarily. I'm actually moving out soon, but Xiao Yuan should be back any minute. As the words left her mouth, she heard a car approaching. Seconds later, Xiao Yuan's car pulled up beside her. He stepped out. The moment his eyes landed on the woman, his face went hard. Her expression was equally grim. She walked straight up to him, not a word, and slapped him across the face. What did you do to Xie Mingyu? The slap cracked through the air. The mercenaries behind Xiao Yi froze, eyes wide. That woman had a death wish. She actually dared to slap Emma. Xiao surely raised an eyebrow, but the woman just glared at him, her face blazing with fury. Not a flicker of fear. Even more surprising was Xiao Yi's reaction. He pressed his tongue against his cheek where she'd struck him, his expression dark and unreadable when he looked at her. His eyes were complicated, almost hollowed. He pulled out his phone and called Li. "Phone, bring him out." He ended the call and faced the woman, his voice ice-cold. "The ambush in the woods last time, that was you, wasn't it?" Her gaze flickered. She looked away. "I don't know what you're talking about." Xiao Yi laughed, bitter and hollow. "You'd hurt me to my face, but you can't own up to what you did behind my back." Hurt him to his face? And Xiaoli's eyes lit up like she'd just stumbled onto major gossip. So the stab wound that nearly killed Xiao Yi, this woman had done it. What kind of twisted love-hate relationship was this? At that, the woman dropped the act. She fixed her cold stare on Xiao Yi, hatred and venom burning in her eyes. "That's right, that I tried to kill you. A man like you doesn't deserve to live." And Xiaoli studied her. Maybe it was her imagination, but the woman's features were strangely similar to Xiao Yi's. Even the look in her eyes was the same. Just then, the gate slid open. Li Feng emerged with 2 mercenaries, a pale-faced boy of about 16 or 17 between them. The moment the boy saw the woman, he burst into tears. "Mom, save me. Mom!" And Xiaoli was shocked. That woman looked like she was barely in her 30s, and she had a son this old. She definitely took good care of herself. The woman flew across the distance in a frantic rush. "Mingyu." Then she spun around and screamed at the mercenaries, "Let him go." The mercenaries glanced at Xiao Yi. He gave a grim nod. They released Xie Mingyu's arms free. The boy threw himself into her arms, sobbing, "Mom, they starved me. You have to make them pay." The woman's heart shattered. She held him and soothed him gently. "It's okay. It's okay. Mom's taking you home." Then she faced Xiao Yi, all tenderness gone, replaced by pure venom. "Xiao Yi, if you ever touch Mingyu again, I'll kill you." Xiao Yi's face paled, his hands curled into fists at his sides. He met her eyes with icy calm. "You can hurt me all you want, but you never should have touched the people I care about. If you try anything like that again, I swear Xie Mingyu will die a miserable death." Last time, if An Ruoxi hadn't been able to defend herself, he might not have been able to protect her. Anyone who dared hurt An Ruoxi, he'd make them pay, no matter who they were. The woman shook with rage. Xie Mingyu shrank back, terrified by Xiao Yi's brutality. He grabbed his mother's hand. "Mom, I'm scared. Let's go home." She softened instantly. "Okay, let's go home." Without another glance at Xiao Yi, she took Xie Mingyu and drove off. Xie Mingyu and Xiaoli stood there, deep in thought. The eldest son of the Xie group, raised abroad, Xie Mingyu, and this woman was his mother. Could it be that? She shook her head. No way. How could anyone be that heartless? And Xiaoli get in the car. Her thoughts shattered under Xiao Yi's cold voice. She muttered "oh" and climbed into his car. His face was tight, jaw clenched. When they got home, he went straight to his room. And Xiaoli waited until after 8 that night, but she still hadn't heard him come out. She needed to talk to him about going back to the An family. With that in mind, she opened her door and went to his room. "Mr. Xiao, are you there? Come in." His voice came through the door. She pushed it open but didn't see him inside. "Mr. Xiao?" She moved deeper into the room. Over here. She followed the sound toward the balcony. Xiao Yi sat with his back to her in a chair, a half-empty bottle of imported liquor on the table in front of him. The balcony was dark, his silhouette blended into the thick night. Lonely and desolate in a way she couldn't describe. An inexplicable pang shot through An Ruoxi's heart. She took a deep breath, walked onto the balcony, and sat down in the chair beside him. Xiao Yi didn't speak. He poured himself a glass and downed it in one gulp. Seeing him like this, the words she'd planned to say suddenly felt impossible. She hesitated. Mr. Xiao, was that woman at Taiping Mountain today the Xie matriarch, Liu Jingxian? Yeah. His hand tightened around the glass, that one syllable forced out. An Ruoxi looked at him carefully. Are you related to her? Xiao Yi's dark eyes went dim, pain flickering through them. He turned to her, his eyes rimmed red. My mother. An Ruoxi's eyes flew wide. It really was his mother, but hadn't old Master Xiao said Xiao Yi killed both his parents? As if reading her thoughts, Xiao Yi looked away from her, gazing out over the sea of lights below Taiping Mountain. For someone so towering and proud, his voice came out hollow and sad. Didn't kill my parents. My father was killed by my mother, and my mother, she didn't die. Back then, my father was in a rage. He beat her badly. She couldn't take it anymore. She killed him by accident. I was hiding in my room when I didn't hear anything outside. I came out and then I saw my mother holding a knife, cutting him up piece by piece, and Ruoxi gasped. So that was the truth. Xiao Yi paused before continuing. When my mother saw me, she panicked at first, but she calmed down fast. She grabbed my shoulders hard and said, Yuan, tell everyone that you killed your father, okay? If they know I did it, my life is over. But you're a child, they won't do much to you. Please take the blame for mommy, okay? And Ruoxi's heart twisted. Some parents would die for their child. Others would sacrifice their child to save themselves. Xiao Yi went on. My mother was almost out of her mind at that point. Her face was covered in blood, her body bruised everywhere. I felt sorry for her. I told her, Mom, run. I'll tell everyone I killed both Mom and Dad. After she escaped, she changed her name, got plastic surgery, and married Xiao Yi, the head of the Xie group. Soon after, Xie Mingyu was born. And Ruoxi never imagined the truth could be this dark. When Xiao Yi said back then that he'd killed his mother too, he must have been trying to throw everyone off her trail, to keep anyone from finding her. He'd been only 8 years old, but his mind was already that sharp. She frowned. You took the blame for her, so why does she still want to hurt you now? Xiao Yi's lips curled into a bitter, mocking smile. Because Xiao Yi's health has been declining the last couple years, she wants full control of the Xie group. At the same time, she thinks her past is too shameful. She's afraid I'll expose the murder and ruin her perfect life. The only way to bury the past forever is if I'm dead. And Ruoxi's heart ached for him. Her own mother would fast for a month at the temple, praying day and night for a blessing charm for her. But Xiao Yi's mother would murder her own child for power. She still had one question. She stabbed you last time, and you didn't even fight back. So why did you lock up Xie Mingyu to warn her after this assassination attempt? Xiao Yuan's hands curled into fists on his knees, then he turned toward An Ruoxi, his eyes catching the light, glinting with something unreadable. Because she almost hurt you. She gave me my life, she can hurt me any way she wants, but not you. I won't let anyone hurt you. An Ruoxi's beautiful eyes went wide, her lashes fluttering, her voice came out soft. Why are you so good to me? Xiao Yuan's Adam's apple moved, his gaze locked on her, hot and deep. Because I like you, silly girl. An Ruoxi stared at his handsome face, her fingers curling against her palm. Her heart slammed so hard she could barely breathe. She froze for a few seconds, then glared at him. You're the silly one. Xiao Yuan let out a low laugh. He stood, one hand reaching out to cradle the back of her head. What's going on in that head of yours? That doesn't matter. What matters is, I like you. And then he leaned in and kissed her. The wine left a faint bitterness on his breath, the smell of alcohol flooding her senses. An Ruoxi felt her own head spin from it, her cheeks flushed, her whole body going limp. Xiao Yuan took advantage and lifted her, carrying her quickly to the bed. The moment he had her beneath him, he was kissing her again and again, relentless. Maybe it was hearing his story, maybe it was the ache and pity she felt for him. An Ruoxi only struggled for a moment before she started kissing him back. Her response hit him like a shot of pure adrenaline. In an instant, he became a storm, and she had no defense. His mouth moved from her lips to her neck, then to her collarbone, working lower and lower. She'd never felt anything like this. Her whole body trembled. She grabbed his hair, gasping. Wait. His eyes were rimmed red, burning like wildfire. Sure, 11:11. Just let me take care of everything. Under his touch, her mind blurred into fog. Then came a sharp, piercing pain, like being split in two. It hurt so badly her toes curled and a thin sweat broke out across her forehead. Xiao Yuan kissed her face gently. His voice was low, rough, impossibly seductive. Baby, don't be scared. It'll be over soon. An Ruoxi couldn't think anymore. She had no idea what soon meant to him. To her, it felt like an eternity. When it was finally over, he carried her to the bathroom. By the time he'd bathed her and brought her back to bed, her mind was slowly clearing. They lay there, him spooning her from behind. He pressed a tender kiss to the back of her neck. 11:11. I'm really happy. An Ruoxi lay curled in his arms. Her waist felt like it was about to snap, her whole body aching like she'd been run over by a truck. She gritted her teeth silently. You sure had your fun. Poor me, I almost died. But she remembered what she needed to do, and spoke softly. Mr. Xiao. At those two words, Xiao Yuan nipped gently at the pale shell of her ear. Call me Yuan. An Ruoxi clenched her fist. Yuan, there's something I need to tell you. Xiao Yuan nuzzled his chin against the top of her head, his voice lazy. What is it? She drew a breath. My grandfather knows I'm alive. I'm going back to the An family. Xiao Yuan shot upright in the dim light, his dark eyes turned stormy. An Ruoxi, you get what you want and then you bolt. What do you take me for? At that, she sat up too, glancing down and realizing she was still naked, she snatched the blanket to cover herself. I have things I need to do. I have to go back to the An family. Xiao Yuan's voice went hard. You can go during the day and come back to Taiping Mountain at night. No. She didn't even hesitate. My grandfather won't agree. A vein pulsed on Xiao Yuan's forehead. He gritted out, "I think you just don't want anyone to know we're together." An Ruoxi's eyes dropped. Guilty, that was exactly what she was thinking. At least for now, the An family couldn't know about her relationship with Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, An Shangxing would be twice as careful around her, but she couldn't reason with Xiao Yuan. She softened her voice. Yuan, I gave you my first time, what more do you need to feel secure?" Xiao Yuan ran his tongue over his back teeth. "That was my first time too. I worked my ass off to make you feel good. I didn't shortchange you." At that, a chill settled in her gaze. "No negotiation? No negotiation. Fine." An Ruoxi threw off the blanket, her voice turning to ice. "I'm telling you, I'm leaving even if we go down in flames together." She got up barefoot to grab her clothes. Xiao Yuan sat on the bed, watching her resolute back, his fists clenched, chest heaving with anger. Just as she pulled her dress on and was about to walk out, he lunged off the bed, hoisted her over his shoulder, and tossed her back onto the mattress. "You want to leave? Fine, point 2 more rounds first." And with that, he yanked the dress she just put on back up over her head and pressed her down again. An Ruoxi pushed against his burning chest, glaring. "Xiao Yuan, were you a pit bull in a past life, that insatiable?" He gave her a wicked grin, then leaned in to bite her earlobe. "Thanks for the compliment, baby." By the time they were done, it was 2 in the morning. An Ruoxi was so exhausted she didn't even need her sleeping pills. She sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. Xiao Yuan pulled on a pair of grey boxer briefs and stepped out onto the balcony. He lit a cigarette. Then he pulled out his phone and called Wei Xian. Wei Xian was already asleep. The ringtone jolted him awake, and when he saw Xiao Yuan's name on the screen, every trace of drowsiness vanished. "It's this late, nothing bad happened, right, Xiao?" Yuan lazily exhaled a stream of smoke. "Bring me some ointment for swelling, the best you can find." Wei Xian was confused. "Boss, are you hurt?" Xiao Yuan frowned. "Less talking, just get it here." He paused, then added, "You know, the kind for down there." "Down there?" Wei Xian was lost. "Where?" Xiao Yuan's temper flared. "For crying out loud, you've never eaten pork, but you've seen a pig run. Don't tell me a single dog like you doesn't know what I'm talking about." Wei Xian blinked, then it hit him. Holy shit. Holy shit, did the boss finally open his account, and he already swelled her up on the first try. That's some serious stamina. He scrambled out of bed. "I'll bring it right over." An Ruoxi didn't make it back to the An family mansion until nearly dinner time, dragging her suitcase through the front door just as a handful of men in suits were leaving. Old Master An was sitting on the sofa. The second he spotted her, his face lit up. He waved her over, his voice warm and eager. "Sweetie, come here, quick." A maid took her luggage. An Ruoxi smiled and walked over, her voice honey-sweet. "Grandfather." He gave her a mock-stern look. "Why are you back so late? I was starting to think you weren't coming." Her cheeks warmed. She could hardly tell him Xiao Yuan, that jerk, had worn her out so thoroughly she couldn't get out of bed. She let her gaze flicker away for a moment. "I overslept. Oh, grandfather, I saw some strangers leaving just now. What were they doing here?" Old master and chuckled, I'm throwing you a banquet in a couple of days. The whole world needs to know my granddaughter is home. Those men were the decorators. An Ruoxi beamed and wrapped her arms around his. You're the best, grandfather. His eyes crinkled with affection. What else would you be, my precious granddaughter? After a beat, she said, Grandfather, I don't have anything to do right now. What if I went to work at An Group? He tilted his head. Work is draining. Why not stay home and keep me company? I've got more than enough to support you for 100 lifetimes. A trace of sadness crossed her face. My father gave everything to that company. Now that he's gone, I want to take his place and help out. It's what he would have wanted. At the mention of his eldest son, old Master An's heart ached. He patted her hand. You're a good child. I'll talk to your uncle about it. She smiled, radiant. Thank you, grandfather. She leaned into his embrace, but the moment her face was hidden, the smile dropped. Her eyes went cold. After dinner, she took a slow walk with her grandfather. Once she'd seen him to his room, she turned back toward her own wing of the house. At the top of the staircase, she ran straight into her aunt, An Ruoxi, who was just coming home. An Ruoxi had clearly had too much to drink. Her cheeks were flushed, her steps unsteady, and she swayed as she walked. An Ruoxi greeted her politely. Aunt. She started to move past. Stop right there. The words slurred. An Ruoxi staggered closer and jabbed a weak finger at her. Don't think I don't know why you're back. You're just like my dead big brother, full of schemes, but I'm telling you, it won't work. An Ruoxi looked at her coolly, a mocking smile curling at her lips. Oh, then tell me, Aunt, why am I back? An Ruoxi wobbled, let out a hollow, drunken laugh. You want An Group? A flash of killing intent cut through An Ruoxi's eyes. Her voice stayed calm. You've had too much to drink. An Ruoxi waved a hand, her gaze turning venomous. My second brother has already secured his position at An Group, and is about to partner with the pay group on a major project. No one can shake his standing now. Whatever you're plotting is pure delusion. An Ruoxi knew exactly where that hatred came from. When her father was alive, An Ruoxi's husband had embezzled a large sum from the company. Her father had uncovered it. An Ruoxi had knelt and begged him to let it go just once, but he refused. Because it wasn't the first time. He'd sent the man to prison for 8 years. An Ruoxi smiled, unbothered. No one knows what the future holds. You should get some rest, Aunt. Without another word, she turned and walked away. Back in her room, she sat on the edge of the bed, playing back everything An Ruoxi had said. She pulled out her phone and called Xiao Liu. What's the project between An Group and Pay Group? Xiao Liu answered quickly. Boss, I was just about to report. They bought a big plot of land on the western outskirts and they're planning a resort. They kept it airtight. Our people only found out today, but the purchase paperwork is already done. If this deal goes through, the two families get even tighter. An Ruoxi's gaze sharpened. The western outskirts. Is there an undeveloped forest out there? Yeah. I sent someone to look into it. I wanted the full picture before bothering you. That forest is part of the resort plan. She paused, and a cold smile settled on her lips. I need you to do something for me, and we don't have much time. After giving Xiao Liu his orders, An Ruoxi disappeared into the bathroom for a long, soothing bath. She came out wrapped in nothing but a towel and froze. Xiao Yuan was lounging on the sofa in her room, She clutched the towel tighter against her chest. How the hell did you get in here? He stretched back lazily, a wicked grin tugging at his mouth. I go wherever I want. Nobody stops me. Her eyes flew to the wide-open window, curtains fluttering in the night breeze. Frustration spiked. Did he moonlight as a cat burglar now? Balconies, windows, nothing was off-limits. She frowned. Why are you here this late? His dark gaze swept over her, catching on the faint red mark still visible along her collarbone. He dragged his tongue slowly across his teeth, rose from the sofa, and stalked toward her. An Ruoxi stepped back on instinct, but he caught her wrist before she could get far. Why didn't you answer my messages? He'd texted that morning, asking how she felt. She'd been in bed, sore everywhere, furious at how rough he'd been, so she'd ignored him. She turned her head away. I didn't see them. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth. Sure. Little liar. He pulled a slim tube of ointment from his pocket. Apply this morning and night. I'll do it for you. Her face flamed. She knew exactly where the swelling was. She snatched the ointment from his hand. I'll do it myself. Grabbing her pajamas, she fled into the bathroom. After she'd treated the soreness and changed, she came back out to find him sitting on the edge of her bed, studying the 2 photo frames on the nightstand. One was a family portrait. The other was with her grandfather Diane. Both, and An Ruoxi's smile was wide and bright. She crossed the room and took the frames from his hands. You brought the ointment, now you can leave. He looked up at her. Under the warm lamplight, her skin was flawless, luminous as porcelain, remembering the way she'd looked beneath him last night, all sweetness and fire. He didn't want to move an inch. A lazy smile curved his mouth. One night together, 100 days of grace. You really are heartless. Last night, she'd slept with him partly because she pitied him and partly because she needed to get off Taiping Mountain fast. And honestly, his face and body were irresistible. She'd figured she had nothing to lose. But this was the unmentioned. If her grandfather found out, he'd worry. Xiao Yuan's reputation was far from clean. She chose her words carefully. My grandfather is strict. If he knew you were here, he'd be furious. Xiao Yuan shrugged. Then don't let him find out. She clenched her fists. Was he seriously going to cling to her after one night? He found the mix of indignation and restraint on her face utterly endearing. Amusement flickered in his eyes. I hear the in-group and pay group are working together. Yes, it happens. I know some inside information. Want to hear it? And Xiao Yi felt a brief flicker of warmth at Xiao Yi's words, then her expression turned to stone. You investigated me. Xiao Yi rose to his feet, looking down at her with lazy, unguarded ease. 1111 baby, when I want to know something, you can't keep it hidden. Her glare turned icy. Her hands curled into fists at her sides. Just how much did he know about her? He read the question in her eyes. Lifting her chin with one long finger, he said, You need to trust me. I'm not here to hurt you. Maybe it was the sincerity in his eyes. Whatever it was, she stood there, speechless for a beat. Xiao Yi sank back onto the edge of the bed, bracing himself with both hands behind him. That prime piece of land, that project, by all rights, the Xiao group should have been the one with the muscle to take it. So guess why we didn't bid, guess why we let the pay group and the in-group walk off with it instead. And Xiao Yi narrowed her eyes. Unless there's a hidden risk. A fatal flaw. His lips curled into a slow smirk. No wonder you're the woman I set my sights on. She shot him a glare. This man had absolutely no shame. So what's the hidden risk? What's the fatal flaw? Instead of answering, he started stripping off his clothes. She eyed him, suspicious. What do you think you're doing? Was he seriously expecting her to trade her body for the inside scoop? While the thought was still forming, he'd stripped down to his boxers. He pulled back the duvet and slid into bed. I'll get you the files tomorrow. I burned too much energy taking care of you last night. I'm going to sleep. And Xiao Yi fumed. He was the one who'd tangled her up over and over again, and now he was pinning it on her. She yanked the blanket off him. If you want to sleep, go home. He grabbed it back, wrapped it around himself, and let out a satisfied sigh. Too tired. Can't move. Don't worry, I took a shower. She ground her teeth. Xiao Yi, you're doing this on purpose. He rolled onto his side, facing away from her. Don't forget to turn off the light. A vein throbbed at An Ruoxi's temple, but seeing him planted there with zero intention of leaving, she knew arguing was pointless. With a huff, she walked around to the other side of the bed, threw back the covers, and slid in. She lay still for a long moment, no movement from him. Her eyelids grew heavy. Half asleep, she felt herself drawn into a warm embrace. A low voice whispered against her ear, "Whatever you want to do, I'll make sure it gets done." The day of the banquet arrived. It was held in the sprawling garden of the old mansion. Since An Ruoxi had just returned, Old Master and worried she might feel overwhelmed. He kept the guest list small. Only the An family's collateral branches, the senior management of An Group's subsidiaries, and their families. The whole purpose was to introduce An Ruoxi to everyone. Before it started, Xiao Yi was in the study giving Old Master a report. With nothing else to do, An Ruoxi wandered out into the garden. Guests clustered in small groups, deep in conversation. No one noticed her. She hadn't walked far before she heard voices carrying from behind a tree. "Miss Wang Wanjuan, that dress is absolutely gorgeous. I can't take my eyes off you." "Right. How is it even possible for one person to be so stunning? Standing next to you, we all look like ugly ducklings. Tonight, Miss Wang is definitely going to be the most beautiful woman here." Wang Wanjuan basked in it, her face glowing with satisfaction. So what if An Ruoxi was back? All the attention, all the glory, it still belonged to her. The eldest miss, and she covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. "You shouldn't say that. Tonight's banquet is for my cousin. She might get upset if she hears you." These girls were the daughters and granddaughters of An Group subsidiary heads. Their families had already briefed them. Xiao Yi was running the company now, and An Ruoxi was nothing but a fallen heiress. Who mattered more was obvious, so they kept piling it on. "Miss Wang, we're just telling the truth. Even if An Ruoxi were standing right here, we'd say the same thing." Exactly, she used to pass for a proper young lady, but after 4 years out there, who knows what she's been through. She's probably not even clean anymore. "That's right, nothing like you, Miss Wang, so elegant and beautiful. She's not fit to be compared to you." Every word landed exactly where Wang Wanjuan wanted. She was thrilled. She didn't even have to speak. Everyone already knew what kind of trash An Ruoxi was. An Ruoxi studied the speakers. She recognized all of them. They used to trail after her, fawning and brown-nosing for attention. She'd never bothered with them then. Now that she'd fallen, they'd scrambled to kiss Wang Wanjuan's ass. "Why don't you say that again, to my face?" She stepped out from behind the tree, her voice ice. The group jumped. Everyone but Wang Wanjuan went visibly pale, and no matter how far An Ruoxi had sunk, she still carried the An name. And this banquet was for her. Wang Wanjuan glared. Do you have no shame, eavesdropping on other people's conversations? An Ruoxi snorted. Who knew the crap you were spewing would stink this bad? I thought I'd wandered into a public restroom. Wang Wanjuan was speechless with rage. Don't get cocky, An Ruoxi. Seeing how furious she was, the others scrambled to defend her. Miss Wang, don't let her upset you. We're civilized people. We don't argue with someone who never even made it to college. A proper miss and with no degree. It's a joke. During those 4 years away, An Ruoxi had indeed missed college. She looked at the girl who'd spoken. She knew her, they'd attended the same school. She crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. You went to college, sure, but you started getting abortions your sophomore year of high school. What's the count now? 3, 4. Real civilized. Aren't you worried about catching something? The girl's face drained of color. She'd gone to great lengths to keep those abortions secret. How did An Ruoxi know? If that ever got out, she could forget about marrying into a good family. Wang Wanjuan's expression darkened as her lackey got shut down. Another girl jumped in, indignant. An Ruoxi, Wang Wanjuan is your cousin. Xiao Yi was your classmate. How can you be so vicious, saying things like that? Do you have no sense of respect, no decency? An Ruoxi fixed her cold stare on the new speaker and laughed. You crawled into your brother-in-law's bed and stole your own sister's husband. And you're standing here lecturing me about decency. Or do you think everyone's forgotten your little scandal? I'd be happy to refresh their memories. The girl's face flooded red, then went pale with panic. The other two shrank back, too scared to open their mouths, terrified An Ruoxi's anger would turn on them next. There you are, sweetheart. Grandpa's been looking everywhere for you. Old Master An's voice rang out from behind her. An Ruoxi's expression shifted in an instant. Her eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. She walked toward him and said, Grandpa, maybe I should just leave the An family. We don't need to hold the banquet tonight. Old Master An's face crumpled with concern at the sight of her tears. What happened? Who bullied you? An Ruoxi stared, struck speechless as An Ruoxi's expression shifted in a heartbeat. With acting skills like that, she could have cleaned up in Hollywood. An Ruoxi shot her a defiant look, then her face crumpled into perfect wounded innocence. They said I never went to college, so I'm not really a miss, and they also said, after 4 years on the streets, I'm tainted. Old Master An's face went black. He jabbed a finger toward the 4 women flanking An Ruoxi. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk behind my granddaughter's back? All 4 shook their heads frantically. Old Master An, we didn't mean. I don't care what you meant. His anger didn't cool an inch. Anyone who gossips about my granddaughter is finished in this family. Steward, throw them out. Each of those women represented a subsidiary under the An group. Banning them from family gatherings meant cutting them off from the real power. Their relatives working in the company would be replaced within days. They scrambled to apologize. Miss Ruoxi, I spoke carelessly. Please, let it slide just once. Miss Ruoxi, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Please be generous and forgive me. An Ruoxi watched Old Master An defend An Ruoxi with such ferocity, and her teeth ground together. Grandfather, They're my friends. We were just chatting. Do you have to make this bigger deal out of it? Old Master An's gaze swept over her, heavy with authority, his voice still hot. As her older sister, you should be defending her, not letting other people cut her down. Shame on you. I think the only reason they dared to run their mouths is because you gave them the green light. If you don't want to be at your sister's welcome banquet, then get out. And Chuchu's eyes went wide. Grandfather. And Shangxing's expression darkened. Quietly he said, Dad, there are too many people here. Don't give them a show. And Xiao Yi jumped in. Yes, Dad, Chuchu isn't that unruly. Old Master An's fury eased just a fraction. Chuchu was blood, she'd get a pass. The other four, no mercy. He glared at the girls. Steward, show them out. The commotion pulled a crowd. The families of those 4 girls rushed over. Dad. Grandfather. They turned to Old Master An with fawning, desperate smiles. President An, what did my daughter do wrong? My granddaughter is always so well behaved. How did she offend you? Old Master An's face was stone. My precious granddaughter, I won't even scold her myself. Your well-raised daughters and granddaughters dared to slander her behind her back. Clearly, you have no respect for the An family. Steward, see them out. The steward stepped forward, gesturing toward the door. This way, please. President An. They tried to argue. See them out. Old Master An didn't blink. The families turned on the girls, faces twisted with fury, and slapped each one hard. Look what you've done. The steward escorted them out. Old Master An patted An Ruoxi's hand, his voice softening to something warm. Darling, even though your parents and brother are gone, as long as I'm alive, no one will ever hurt you. Then he faced the guests. Today is the banquet to welcome my granddaughter An Ruoxi home. I also have an announcement. Starting tomorrow, my granddaughter will join the project department of the An Group. I expect everyone to support her and look out for her. And Shangxing's face tightened, but he stayed silent. Old Master An had already laid it out in the study. Xiao Yi's expression soured just as fast. She'd angled for a position in the An Group for years, and Old Master An always said she wasn't cut out for it. Yet An Ruoxi had barely returned and he'd dropped her straight into a core department. The favoritism was blinding. The other guests traded loaded glances. The An Group was about to get very interesting. After the banquet, An Ruoxi dragged herself to her room, exhausted. She hadn't worn heels in ages, a few hours, and her feet were screaming. She pushed open the door and froze. Xiao Yuan stood by the bed, a towel tossed aside, mid-pull on a pair of pants. She caught a flash of bare skin and shrieked. She slammed the door shut. A maid came running. Miss Ruoxi, what happened? An Ruoxi's face burned. Nothing. I just pinched my finger. The maid looked worried. I'll get the first aid kit. An Ruoxi waved her off. It's fine. Go on. Once the maid was gone, she shoved the door open and stepped inside. Xiao Yuan had his pants on now. He leaned back against the balcony railing, smoking, the loose grey lounge pants slung low on his lean hips. The V-cut of his muscles was stark in the dim light. An Ruoxi rushed over and yanked him inside. Are you crazy? What if someone saw you out there? Xiao Yuan smirked, unbothered. Then they'd know we're together, better than sneaking around like this every night. She shot him a glare. He'd done it on purpose. She shoved his hand aside. If you hate sneaking around so much, then don't come. Ever since she'd moved back into the An mansion, Xiao Yuan had scaled the wall every single night. She'd even hinted to her grandfather about increasing security. But this man climbed walls and crawled through windows smoother than most people used the front door. The estate might as well not have a gate. She half suspected he had superhuman agility. Xiao Yuan pressed in behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder. I can't sleep without holding you. His chest was solid against her back, every muscle tense with heat. His low, husky voice vibrated near her ear, warm breath sending a shiver all the way down her spine. Her breathing stuttered. She pried his hands off. I'm taking a shower. He watched her nearly run for the bathroom, a smirk tugging at his mouth. Little one, still can't resist me. The warm amber light filled the room, silence settling around them. Xiao Yuan sat on the sofa, flipping through documents. An Ruoxi perched at the edge of the bed, scrolling through her phone. She already knew a decent amount about the An group, but tomorrow she'd be reporting to the project department. The more familiar she was, the better off she'd be. She was deep in concentration when the mattress dipped beside her. Xiao Yuan's scent hit her first, clean, crisp. Unmistakably his. He leaned close to her cheek, voice low. Did you go over the materials on that piece of land? And Xiao wasn't used to anyone being this close. She shifted sideways and pushed his head away. I did. Xiao Yuan pulled back for half a second, then leaned in again without a shred of shame. Was it useful? And Xiao paused. Of course it was useful. The information he'd given her would have taken her at least 10 days to dig up on her own. Time wasn't something she could afford to waste, but she didn't want him getting too pleased with himself. It was okay, she said flatly. Xiao Yuan's jaw tightened at her indifferent tone. He slid an arm around her slim waist. I gave you something that good. Don't I get a reward? Even as he said it, his hand slipped under the hem of her pajamas. An Ruoxi grabbed his wrist, frowning. No, I have work tomorrow. If she let him have his way, he'd never know when to stop. She had no intention of being too exhausted to get out of bed. Xiao Yuan wasn't about to give up that easily. He rolled, knees bracketing her hips, and caught her right hand. Slowly, deliberately, he guided it down his abs, lower. The corners of his eyes lifted, his dark gaze locked onto hers, tempting, seductive, thickening the air until it felt like it could pull into strands. You've tasted this body before, he murmured. Don't you crave it? Her palm met searing heat. The further down she went, the hotter it burned. Heat flooded her head. She hadn't even done anything, yet a thin layer of sweat broke out across her forehead. Maybe she did. Crave it. A glint of triumph flickered in Xiao Yuan's eyes. He leaned down and captured the lips he'd been aching for, rubbing, savoring. His voice went rough. Surely, baby. I'll make you feel so good. The temperature in the bedroom skyrocketed. Before long, soft, uncontrollable moans rose and fell. An Ruoxi's consciousness began to swim. She gave herself over completely, letting him do whatever he wanted, but she had to admit that it felt good. The price of one night's abandon was a near miss on being late the next morning. She didn't let old master and send her, she went straight to the project department to check in. The department director was a woman in her 40s named Liang Xini. After the previous family head died, old master and had overhauled the entire An group. A position as important as the project department was naturally staffed with his own people. Liang Xini gave An Ruoxi a blank look. I don't care who you are in this department. Everything is based on ability. No special treatment, understand? A chill flickered in An Ruoxi's eyes, then she nodded obediently. I understand. Liang Xini said nothing else and had someone show An Ruoxi out. Once she was gone, Liang Xini picked up her phone and made a call. Her face was stern, with a trace of contempt. Don't worry, Mr. and I guarantee she won't last long here. An Ruoxi's position was project assistant. 0 real authority. She was stuck with scut work, organizing project files, taking meeting minutes. She'd barely sat down when the team leader, Liu Jianghua, dumped a stack of documents on her desk. Get these datasets organized. Don't leave until they're done. An Ruoxi pulled out one sheet and glanced at it. Market research data for a project. There was so much it would take at least 3 days to finish. She swallowed a cold snort. He was trying to make her quit before she even started. The other project assistant leaned over, concern on her face. How did you manage to offend team leader Liu on your first day? Nobody gets this much work dumped on them right out of the gate. An Ruoxi smiled. Maybe he's testing my skills. The assistant nodded knowingly and introduced herself. I'm Chen Yunqing. What's your name? An Ruoxi. Chen Yunqing's eyes went wide. You're an An? An Ruoxi didn't want to reveal her identity. Too much trouble. No, not that An, she said. Chen Yunqing nodded. Yeah, figures that if you were from the An family, team leader Liu wouldn't dare target you. Want me to help with some of this data? An Ruoxi shook her head. Thanks. But if he finds out, he'll come after both of us. True. Well, let me know if you need anything. Thanks. An Ruoxi said nothing more and focused on the data. Near the end of the day, Xiao Yi messaged her boss, let me treat you to a big dinner to celebrate the new job. An Ruoxi had something she needed Xiao Yi to do, so she replied, sure. After sending the message, she went to the restroom. When she got back to her desk, it was exactly quitting time. She grabbed her phone and was about to leave. An Ruoxi. Team leader Liu's angry voice rang out behind her. She turned around. It's Orphaus. Something wrong? Liu's face reddened with rage. Didn't I say you can't leave until the data is organized? With a lazy attitude like that, I seriously doubt you're fit for this job. An Ruoxi picked up the files he'd given her from the desk. I finished it. Without even looking at the papers in her hand, Liu got angrier. You think throwing something together will get you past me? This data is for senior management's decision-making. If your shoddy work leads to bad decisions, can you take responsibility for that? An Ruoxi's expression went cold. He was clearly out to get her. Team leader Liu, don't you want to at least look at what I organized before you judge? Liu scowled. A normal person needs at least 3 days to finish this. You did it in 1. I don't have to look to know it's garbage. An Ruoxi let out a cold laugh. Team leader Liu, so you admit a normal person needs 3 days. Then why did you tell me I couldn't leave until it was done? Were you deliberately making things hard for me? Liu froze. He'd let the wrong word slip in his anger. The director had told him to find a way to push An Ruoxi out, but she was still someone the chairman had placed here. If she caught him red-handed, she might run straight to the chairman and complain. He stammered, "I was testing your workability." "Then maybe you should actually see what I've done." Liu finally took the folder from her hand. Fine. He'd see just how bad her work was. The first sign of sloppiness, and he'd write her up on the spot. He flipped open one file and skimmed it. After a few pages, his eyes went wide. He grabbed another file and flipped through it, then another. And another. He didn't stop until he'd gone through several. Impossible. The data was organized with pinpoint accuracy. The logic was sharp, easy to follow at a glance. An Ruoxi watched him coldly. "May I leave now?" Liang Xini shut down her computer and reached for her bag. She had evening plans and was already running late. A knock sounded. Liu Jianghua stepped in without waiting for an answer. She flicked a glance at her watch. "Unless the building's on fire, it can wait until tomorrow. I'm in a hurry." "This won't take long." He crossed to her desk and set down the documents Wu Jingyi had organized. "Director Liang, you need to see this." She picked up the file, skeptical. A few pages in, her eyebrows lifted a fraction. "This data is detailed. Who put it together?" "Wu Jingyi." Liang Xini's expression went flat. Her grip on the papers tightened. Didn't think she had it in her. Liu Jianghua lowered his voice. "Director Liang, this woman might be more trouble than we expected." Liang Xini said nothing. The CEO had given her this task personally. If she couldn't handle one new employee, how was she supposed to hold his trust? After a pause, she spoke. "Tomorrow, the CEO and President Pei are touring the resort site. Have Wu Jingyi give the presentation." Liu Jianghua blinked. "That's a massive deal. She's barely a project assistant. She doesn't know the ins and outs. If she bombs it." The smile on Liang Xini's lips was thin and cold. Her eyes stayed hard. "That's exactly what I'm counting on." At the hot pot restaurant, steam curled between them. Zhongyu fished a slice of fatty beef from the bubbling broth and dropped it into Wu Jingyi's bowl. "Boss, your favorite." She swirled it through the sauce and took a bite. "Tender, rich." Chewing, she asked, "Everything set for tomorrow?" Zhongyu added some crispy tripe to her bowl and puffed out his chest, grinning. "Boss, when have I ever let you down? I guarantee they'll walk in smiling and leave ready to cry." Wu Jingyi nodded. Just imagining old master and stumbling through tomorrow made the meat taste even better. Her phone buzzed on the table. She glanced at the caller ID, and her face cooled. "Hello." Liu Jianghua's voice came through, clipped with irritation. "Tomorrow, the CEO and President Pei will inspect the resort land. You're handling the presentation." A cold smile flickered at the corner of her mouth. "I'm still new. Don't you think that's a little inappropriate for someone in my position?" "What? Refusing a direct order? If you don't want the job, quit." "Fine, send me the materials. Someone will get them to you." The line went dead. Zhongyu hadn't caught everything, but he'd heard enough of the tone. His face darkened. "Boss, is someone giving you grief? Say the word and I'll handle it." Wu Jingyi set her phone aside. "Just a clown." She reached for another slice of beef. "Anything on Liang Xini yet?" Zhongyu's smirk turned sly. "Oh, I found it, and it's explosive." Her eyes sparked. Suddenly, she was looking forward to work. The next morning, the resort preparation studio was chaos with the CEOs and top brass showing up. Everyone was scrambling. Wu Jingyi spotted a man barking directions and pegged him for the studio manager. She caught his arm. "I'm the presenter today." He stared at her. Liu Jiangbua had called him the day before, saying the project department would handle the presentation. But this woman looked young and unknown. "You've memorized the script?" he asked. Script? She had waited all night for Liu Jiangbua to send her anything. Nothing came. She shook her head, unruffled. "I don't know anything about a script." The manager's eyes bulged. "The CEO and President Pei are about to walk through that door any second. How do you plan to present without knowing the script?" Wu Jingyi's gaze drifted to the resort blueprint mounted on the wall. "Do you have a copy here?" He was livid. The studio always prepped its own presenters. Now the project department was sending someone who hadn't even glanced at the material. Were they trying to sabotage this on purpose? "Even if I hand it to you right now, you'd be reading off the page. That's unprofessional. It makes all of us look bad." "The project department made this call," Wu Jingyi said, her tone flat. The manager yanked out his phone and dialed Liu Jiangbua. Liu Jiangbua told him to stay out of it and hung up. The manager's face went dark. But he couldn't afford to get on the project department's bad side. He snatched a script from his desk and shoved it at her. "Good luck. You're going to need it." A voice rang out from the entrance. "The CEO and President Pei are here." The manager clapped his hands. "Everyone, positions now." This was the first inspection of the resort land since the An Group and Pei Group had jointly acquired it. The stakes were high. Along with the two CEOs, senior executives from both conglomerates had come. A crowd of reporters clustered at the edges, cameras clicking, voices buzzing. First time seeing this site up close. It's massive. "Are you kidding? 40 billion just for the land. You see that forest? The oldest and largest untouched old-growth forest in the country. That's the crown jewel of the whole resort. Word is, if this thing gets built, it'll be the biggest resort in the country, maybe the world. Annual revenue projections are in the tens of billions. Pei Group and An Group teaming up on a project like this. It could shift the power rankings among the 6 major conglomerates. Pei Group probably won't leapfrog Xiao Group. Xiao's airline routes cover the globe, but An Group might climb a spot. Look at Old Master and he can't stop smiling. Ever since he took over, people said he couldn't measure up to his brother. This should shut them up. Sure. You trying to get yourself killed? Wu Jingyi stood near the press pool, catching every word. Inside, she was laughing. So Old Master and wanted to build his reputation on this project. Dream on, presenter. The manager's voice cut through the noise. Wu Jingyi steadied herself and walked over, posture straight, stride confident. Pei Tianming's eyebrows shot up. "Jingyi, what are you doing here?" Pei Tianming was Pei Jinue's older brother and the current head of Pei Group. Wu Jingyi gave a polite smile. "Hello, President Pei." Old Master An's face was stone. His voice came out clipped. "She works at An Group now." Pei Tianming nodded, looking pleased. "Good. That's good. Starting from the bottom, like your father did." At the mention of Xiao Yi, Old Master An's expression turned sour. He shifted gears fast. "President Pei, shall we begin the inspection?" Pei Tianming seemed to catch his misstep. Yes. Of course. Liang Xini and Liu Jianghua joined the group, hanging near the back. Liu Jianghua kept his voice low. Director Liang, is it smart to let Wu Jingyi do this? President Pei is right that if she screws up and the CEO gets angry, Liang Xini's face stayed calm. If she fails, we'll say she volunteered to show off. We couldn't refuse because she's family. There are other presenters on standby. We'll swap her out and move on. Liu Jianghua's face lit up. That's brilliant. Then we fire her for incompetence. Even if she complains to the chairman, she won't have a leg to stand on. Across the field, Wu Jingyi had already climbed onto the sightseeing cart. Liang Xini turned to Liu Jianghua. Get the backup presenter ready. On it. An Ruoxi eased into the guide's seat at the front of the open-air tour cart. She'd only seen the script that morning, and this was her first presentation. Her opening words stumbled. Liu Jianghua watched, barely concealing his glee. Finally, she'd slipped. He put on a stern face. An Ruoxi, I told you. You're new. You don't know the situation. You should have let someone else handle the presentation, but no, you had to hog the spotlight. We gave you the script and you didn't bother memorizing it. Now you're stumbling through it. How are President Pei and President An supposed to get a clear picture of the project? Step down. Xiao Yi will take over. An Ruoxi suppressed a cold snort. There it is, the fox finally shows its tail. She kept her smile pleasant. Team leader Liu, didn't you call me yesterday and ask me to do the presentation? Why are you scolding me now? And for the record, I haven't even started. How do you know I can't handle it? Without waiting for him to answer, she turned to the passengers and began. Our resort has 28 functional zones. The area we're in right now is designated for the hotel, scheduled for completion. Liu Jianghua listened as her words flowed smooth and confident, his jaw slackening. How is this possible? She'd only been notified yesterday, and he'd deliberately held back the script until that morning. How could she be explaining everything so effortlessly? Liang Xini's face darkened too when Liu Jianghua sat back down. She muttered under her breath, "What the hell happened?" Liu Jianghua looked miserable. I thought everything was set. He grimaced. Does she have a photographic memory or something? Liang Xini shot him a glare. Don't make excuses. Liu Jianghua hurried to add, Director Liang, don't worry. I won't let her get away with it next time. Liang Xini said nothing more, but her sour expression stayed frozen on her face. Since construction hadn't started yet, the tour was just a quick drive-through overview. Even so, it took a full hour. The project was a 50-50 venture between the Pei Group and the An Group, but Pei Group only handled the initial introductions and funded 30% of construction. Everything else, engineering, development, fell squarely on An Group. After hearing the full resort plan, Pei Tianming was delighted. President An, you've clearly put tremendous time and resources into this design. The Pei Group is extremely satisfied. Once it's complete, I'm confident this resort will be a massive hit. And Shengnan was equally thrilled. He laughed heartily. We owe it all to the Pei Group's matchmaking. Without you, we never would have gotten our hands on such a prime piece of land. This collaboration would only cement an even stronger partnership between the Pei and An families. Pei Tianming smiled. Tianqi and Chu Chu are getting engaged soon. Soon we'll be family. Of course we should work together for mutual benefit. And Shangxing's heart leaped at the mention of the engagement. He'd been nervous, with the Pei family dragging their feet, but now Pei Tianming was bringing it up himself. It was practically a done deal. He beamed. Then soon, we should sit down properly and discuss the engagement arrangements. Pei Tianming nodded. Good. I'll speak with my parents when I get back. The other executives overheard and immediately began offering congratulations. An Ruoxi stood quietly to the side. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. Go ahead and laugh. You won't be laughing much longer. Just as the thought settled, An Shangxing's assistant took a call. The moment he hung up, his expression sobered. He leaned in and whispered, President An, people from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration just arrived. An Shangxing frowned. What do they want? The assistant hesitated. They said, someone reported endangered plants and animals in the forest. An Shangxing's face went dark instantly. An Ruoxi caught the shift in his expression, a glint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. The show begins. At the resort's preparatory office, 5 officials from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration, led by a section chief, sat in a row on the left side of the reception room. An Shangxing, Pei Tianming, and a few key managers faced them on the right. An Shangxing offered a smile to the lead official, Director Wang. Before we purchased the land, we brought in experts to survey the area. There were no endangered plants or animals. Could there be some misunderstanding? Director Wang, facing the CEOs of 2 major conglomerates, kept his tone friendly. He chuckled. President An, no need to be nervous. With the strict enforcement of endangered species laws, we're simply performing a routine inspection. If your team did its due diligence, everything should be fine. And Shangxing's eyes flickered. Of course, the forest is completely clean. But even as he said it, he wasn't confident that if any protected species turned up, the fallout would be catastrophic. At best, they'd lose access to that section of the forest. At worst, the entire area could be declared a protected zone and the project would be dead. Pei Tianming understood the stakes. His expression hardened. About half an hour later, a man burst into the reception room, flustered. The moment he spotted An Shangxing, he blurted, brother-in-law. An Shangxing's face stiffened. At work, it's President An. The man was Zhao Yongqiong, younger brother of An Shangxing's wife, Zhao Qingji. He scanned the crowded room, unease crawling up his spine. President An, what did you need me for? An Shangxing rose. Come with me. They stepped into the hallway. An Shangxing's voice dropped, stern. Be honest with me. I gave you 5 million to hire experts to survey that forest. Did you actually do a thorough check? Zhao Yongqiong's heart lurched, but he forced himself to answer, I did. The report was submitted to you. And Shangxing's expression eased a fraction. He fixed Zhao with a hard stare. You'd better be telling the truth. With that, he turned and walked back into the reception room. The moment he sat down, a field worker from the inspection team rushed in, shouting, We've got result. Every person in the room tensed. We've got the results. The surveyor from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration burst in. Breathless, Director Wang shot to his feet, eyes gleaming. Did you find endangered species? The surveyor opened his mouth. Hold on. And Shangxing's voice cut through the room. Everyone out except President Pei and myself. The people in the room were sharp enough to read between the lines. They rose without a word and filed out of the small reception room. An Ruoxi had no choice but to follow. She stood outside with the others, staring at the closed door, her brow furrowed. Was An Shangxing trying to cut a deal with Director Wang? Over an hour later, the reception room door finally swung open. Director Wang came out first. He paused at the threshold to shake hands with An Shangxing and Pei Tianming, his posture almost deferential. President Pei, we'll take our leave now. Sorry for the trouble. And Shangxing smiled smoothly. I'll find a time to treat Director Wang to dinner. Director Wang's expression flickered with flattery. You're too generous, President An. An Ruoxi's jaw tightened, so Director Wang was just going to let this slide. She'd underestimated the reach of money. The man was folding right in front of everyone as Director Wang's group moved toward the exit, and Ruoxi's hands curled into fists at her sides. Such a perfect opportunity. Wasted. It was maddening. Then a staff member came sprinting toward them, panic all over his face. President An, we've got a problem. And Shangxing's gaze went cold. In front of all these people, you're falling apart. What is it? The man rushed out the words. Over 20 animal and plant experts just showed up. They've got cameras and they're already heading into the forest. What? And Shangxing's face twisted. Why didn't you stop them? The man looked miserable. The land is too big, and there are too many of them. We couldn't hold them back. Director Wang and his team overheard, their faces drained of color. An Shangxing strode toward the door. Let's go. Too late. Pei Tianming's voice was flat and grim. He held up his phone. He turned the screen toward An Shangxing. They're live streaming, the whole internet's already watching. The resort descended into chaos. An Ruoxi didn't want to stick around. She left early. The moment she reached the parking lot, she spotted a familiar Rolls-Royce. She walked straight toward it without thinking. The rear window rolled down, revealing Xiao Yuan's devastatingly handsome face. Get in. For once, An Ruoxi didn't hesitate. She walked around to the other side and slid into the back seat. The car pulled away. Slow and smooth silence settled between them. An Ruoxi spoke first. Mr. Xiao, what are you doing here? Xiao Yuan leaned back, lazy and relaxed. Just passing through. Passing through. Out here in the middle of nowhere. A small smile tugged at An Ruoxi's lips. She looked at him. Those animal and plant experts, that was you, wasn't it? Xiao Yuan turned to face her. Her skin was fair and luminous, her eyes clear and pure, like they'd never been touched by anything ugly. Hard to believe those same clean, innocent eyes could look so seductive when she was beneath him. He leaned in close, a glint of amusement in his gaze. What? Want to thank me? He was too close, his presence pressed in around her. An Ruoxi's cheeks flushed. She glanced at the driver and pushed him back, flustered. Behave. Xiao Yuan didn't press. He straightened up, his tone turning calm. That old fox An Shangxing is tougher than you think. The game of power and money is crueler than you know. Don't let your guard down. An Ruoxi nodded. Thank you for the intel about the endangered species, and for sending the experts. The information about what was living in that forest next to the resort that had all come from Xiao Yuan. That piece of land had originally belonged to a major foreign company, Prime Feng Shui Real Estate, but strangely, they'd never developed it. Then rumors started circulating that they were looking to sell. The Pei conglomerate caught wind, so did Xiao Yuan's conglomerate. Xiao Yuan sensed something off. He didn't jump. He dug deeper first, and he found exactly what he'd expected. The Pei group couldn't swallow the land alone, so they partnered with the An group and trusted them to handle the investigation. An Shangxing, in turn, handed the job to his useless brother-in-law, Zhao Yongqiong. That's where An Ruoxi found her opening. Hearing her say thank you, Xiao Yuan's face lit up with satisfaction. He raised an eyebrow, his voice dropping. Save it for somewhere more private. Somewhere more private. An Ruoxi looked confused, but Xiao Yuan didn't look at her again. He just said to the driver, back to Taiping Mountain. An Corporation. CEO's office. Smack. The slap rang out sharp and brutal. Zhao Yongqiong dropped to his knees instantly, wailing. Brother-in-law, I messed up, please. Just give me one more chance. And Shangxing's face was crimson with rage. He paced back and forth in front of Zhao Yongqiong, finger trembling as he pointed, struggling to find his voice. All your usual nonsense. I let it go. I never bothered, but this? How dare you? Zhao Yongqiong knew exactly how important this project was. Fear crawled across his face. The grown man was crying like a child, snot and tears streaming down. Brother-in-law, I didn't think there really were endangered species in that forest. I got blinded by greed, just for a second. Blinded by greed? And Shangxing looked like he might explode. I think you did it on purpose. Before I gave you that money, did I tell you to take it seriously? Did I tell you not to screw it up? Did I tell you that if endangered species were found in that forest, miles of land would be locked down as a protected area, no development allowed? Tell me, how much of the 50 million did you pocket? Zhao Yongqiong saw the murderous look in his eyes and didn't dare lie. He mumbled, 49 million. What? And Shangxing's eyes bulged. He nearly choked on his own blood. Zhao Yongqiong knew how deep the hole was. He grabbed An Shangxing's hand, sobbing. Brother-in-law, I know I screwed up. I really know it. And Shangxing roared, you think a half-assed apology makes this go away? Do you realize that because of your greed, we in the Pei group just spent 40 billion on a worthless piece of dirt? Today, the stock prices of both An Corporation and Pei group are already sliding. Tomorrow they'll probably crater. All that damage, what exactly are you planning to do about it? Zhao Yongqiong's eyes went wide with terror. Brother-in-law, what are you going to do? A cold, ruthless glint crossed An Shangxing's eyes. Because of you, we've offended the Pei group. Pei Tianming is furious. We have to give them an answer. I can't protect you anymore. No, brother-in-law. Yongqiong. Uncle. The office door burst open. Zhao Qingji and An Chuchu strode in. Zhao Yongqiong's eyes lit up. Reinforcements. He sobbed. Sis, Chuchu, you've got to save me. Zhao Qingji's chest tightened the second she saw Zhao Yongqiong. She rushed to him, voice strained with worry. What happened? An Ruoxi leaned in beside her, forehead creased. Uncle, why are you crying like this? An Ruoxi jabbed a finger toward Zhao Qingji, his face burning red. Ask your precious brother what he did. Zhao Yongqiong was well into his 40s, but right now he was crying like a helpless child, head bowed, too terrified to speak. An Shangxing's fuse was gone because of his stupidity. We just lost the Pei Corporation resort project, and on top of that, we threw away 40 billion. What? Zhao Qingji and An Ruoxi spoke at the same time, both of them stunned. Zhao Qingji grabbed her husband's arm, desperate. Honey, Yongqiong is my own brother, you can't just cut him loose. An Shangxing yanked his arm free, his voice ablade. With a loss this bad, what exactly do you think I'm supposed to do? An Ruoxi's expression went ice cold. A mess this huge, would Pei Corporation take it out on the An Group? Would her engagement to Pei Tianqi be destroyed before it even started? Her tone was sharp when she spoke. Uncle, this time you went way too far. Zhao Qingji knew exactly how dire the situation was. Her voice shook. Honey, what do we do now? An Shangxing's face was stone. What can we do? Almost 30 billion gone. The shareholders are already going to be out for blood, and Pei Corporation lost 10 billion. If we don't figure out how to put out that fire, our entire future with them is dead. That much. Zhao Qingji's knees buckled. An Ruoxi caught her before she collapsed. Then An Ruoxi's eyes narrowed, voice dropping low. Dad, I'd bet anything An Ruoxi is behind this. Every time she's around, disaster follows. An Shangxing's gaze went sharp as glass. Typing mountain. The Rolls-Royce glided past the main house and kept going. An Ruoxi looked over at Xiao Yuan, confused. Where are we going? The corner of his mouth curved. You'll see. When the car stopped and An Ruoxi stepped out, the sight in front of her rooted her to the ground. She stood there, silent, staring at the house. Xiao Yuan watched her reaction. Something warm and possessive unspooled in his chest. He kept his voice low. Do you like it? An Ruoxi didn't answer. She pushed open the gate and walked inside. It was exactly the same from the garden to the living room. It wasn't just the layout. Every finish, every piece of furniture, she recognized all of it from the old family home. Her eyes landed on the padded corners of the table, and tears rushed in. Back then, she used to walk around staring at her phone and constantly knocked into things. Her father had the servants wrap every sharp edge in the house so she wouldn't hurt herself. They had even gotten that small, careful detail right. Tears brimmed at her lashes as she turned to Xiao Yuan. How did you even think to do this? He saw the tears on her face, and something deep in his chest pulled tight. He stepped forward, cupped her cheeks in both hands, and kissed the tears away, soft and slow. I kept seeing you standing at the balcony, just staring out at nothing. I figured you were homesick. Her tears spilled harder. She wrapped her arms around him and pressed her face into his chest. To build this house in such a short time, with every single piece of furniture matched exactly. She didn't even want to think about the cost, but the care behind it that staggered her. She looked up at him. Why are you so good to me? Xiao Yuan dropped a quick kiss on her lips, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The woman of Xiao Yuan, I have to find a way to spoil her properly. An Ruoxi saw the naked adoration in his eyes, and something electric moved through her. She rose onto her toes and kissed him. They had been intimate plenty of times, but this was the first time she had ever started it. Xiao Yuan's heart hammered against his ribs. He slid a hand behind her head and deepened the kiss with the kind of possessive intensity that left no room for doubt. Before long they were breathless, tumbling onto the sofa. An Ruoxi's lips felt swollen and tender when his hand slipped beneath the hem of her shirt. She grabbed his wrist, panting, "Not here, bedroom." Xiao Yuan's eyes were dark with want. He scooped her up in one motion. Okay. Because she had started it, because she was willing, this time was more intense than anything that had come before. An Ruoxi nearly believed she wouldn't survive that bed afterward. She lay completely still, boneless. Xiao Yuan curled behind her, trailing lazy, open-mouthed kisses along the back of her neck and shoulder. His voice was a low rumble. "Baby, one more time?" An Ruoxi rolled her eyes, too exhausted to even respond. "You gave this man an inch, and he always tried to take a mile." Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. She had silenced it for the presentation earlier. She reached for it. "Grandpa." "Grandpa," she answered, and winced at how wrecked her voice sounded. "Old master," and picked up on it instantly. "Sweetheart, are you getting sick?" "No, I had a presentation this morning, just a sore throat." "Then I'll have the kitchen make you some pear soup," he said, sounding relieved. An Ruoxi smiled softly. "Thanks, Grandpa. Are you off work yet? When are you coming home?" While she was on the phone, Xiao Yuan kept mouthing at the nape of her neck. The word home. He bit down. An Ruoxi flinched and shoved the nuisance away. "I'll be home soon." She hung up, threw off the blankets, and tried to stand. Xiao Yuan's arm locked around her waist. "Move out of the in-house." It was not a suggestion. An Ruoxi paused, then peeled his hand away. "I'll talk to Grandpa in a few days." Satisfied, Xiao Yuan let her go. The driver took An Ruoxi back to the inn mansion. On the way, Xiao Liu called, her voice crackling with excitement. "Boss, Zhao Yongqiong just blew everything up. Zhao Qingji is scrambling to pull together money to dig him out." An Ruoxi's smile was cold. "Move to the next step." Nightclub, VIP room. 7 or 8 people were scattered around the room, drinks in hand. Zhao Yongqiong sat in the center, pouring whiskey down his throat glass after glass. A woman with a sway in her hips drifted over, draping herself against him. "Big strong, let me toast you." Zhao Yongqiong's mood was black. He shoved her off. "Get lost. I'm not in the mood." She stomped her heel and walked away, hips swinging hard. Nai Shao, slouched nearby, slid closer with his glass. "Big strong, what's got you so wrecked?" Zhao Yongqiong knocked back another drink. He was too ashamed to say it out loud, so he just grunted, "Leave me alone." Nai Shao's eyes flicked around the room before he leaned in. "Hey, I got wind of a deal, could make a killing, but I'm short on cash. You want in?" At the word cash, Zhao Yongqiong's head snapped up. "What kind of deal?" Tension hit An Ruoxi the second she stepped through the doors of the An family mansion. The steward came over, voice low. Old master just gave second master a serious dressing down over company business. Miss Ruoxi. Go cheer him up. She nodded, crossed the room, and sat beside the old man. She held up the paper bag with a smile. "Grandfather, I brought your favorite pumpkin cakes." The tightness in old master An's face eased a little. He took the bag. "You always know what I need," Sweetheart. And Xiao Yi hooked her arm through his. Grandfather, let uncle handle the company. Don't let it eat at you. He sighed. The An family didn't build this fortune overnight. I'm terrified he'll tear it apart. Then he looked at her. How's work going? Everything smooth? Really smooth. She brightened. I'm an assistant in the project department now. While I was organizing files, I spotted a project with real potential. Really? A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Tell me about it. She told him how Liu Jiangbua had her sought market research data, and she'd discovered a solid opportunity. She walked him through her analysis, and he nodded along as she talked. When she finished, he took her hand warmly. That's my granddaughter. I think it's got legs. Run with it. I'll speak to your uncle. Once this wraps, I'll move you into management. And Xiao Yi hugged his arm, laughing. Thank you, grandfather. The next morning, An Xiao Yi had barely walked into the office when Chen Yunqing hurried over. Xiao Yi, Director Liang wants to see you. And Xiao Yi smiled. Okay. Got it. Chen Yunqing's brow creased. Did you do something to upset her? Don't worry. It's not bad news. She stood and headed for the director's office. Chen Yunqing stared after her for a second, puzzled, then shook her head and went back to work. An Xiao Yi knocked on Liang Xini's door. A crisp come in answered, and she pushed it open. Liang Xini sat behind her desk, face stern, and got straight to the point. Old master An called me. He says you found a worthwhile project. Walk me through it. And Xiao Yi delivered a concise briefing. The longer Liang Xini listened, the more shocked she became. She'd reviewed those materials herself and saw nothing, but An Xiao Yi's breakdown made her admit the gaming project had serious potential. How did someone brand new have instincts this sharp? That's about it. An Xiao Yi finished her report. Liang Xini snapped back to the present. You can take this project on. I'll assign you an assistant. And Xiao Yi's mouth twitched as though she's planting a spy on me. Aloud, she said, Thank you, Director Liang. Liang Xini's face stayed blank. That's all. Send Deputy Director Sun Xing in. Of course. And Xiao Yi walked out, but she didn't leave immediately. Her hand lingered on the door handle, a cold smile curving her lips. Liang Xini, I'm about to send you a very big gift. Sun Xing knocked and entered. Liang Xini smiled. Deputy Sun, have a seat. He sat across from her, posture respectful. What's the matter, Director Liang? She slid a project proposal across the desk. This proposal is something wrong with it, he cut in, anxious. This was a project his team had poured themselves into for nearly half a year. Liang Xini gave a small smile. Relax, Deputy Sunday. The project is excellent. I've reported it to Old Master An, and has approved the investment. Sun Xing exhaled. Great. When do we sign? She paused. Well, when I spoke with Old Master An, he felt the project was too large for your team to manage. He wants to give it to Deputy Director Gao's group. Sun Xing shot to his feet. What? Liang Xini added quickly, as compensation, I'm giving you another project. She pushed a second proposal toward him. Sun Xing flipped through it, fury rising with each page. He slammed it onto the desk. This isn't even a fifth the size of ours, I won't swap. Liang Xinyi's face went cold. Director Sun, know your place. This isn't a negotiation. I'm telling you how it is. Old master and has already signed off. Sun Xing couldn't hold back. You did this on purpose, just because Director Jiao kisses your ass. You keep stealing our projects and feeding them to his team. How is that fair? Fair? Liang Xinyi let out a sharp, humorless laugh. Deputy Sun, are you still in kindergarten? This is final. If you don't like it, resign. Sun Xing's jaw tightened. Are you threatening me? Her expression was ice. Get out. Face burning, chest heaving, Sun Xing stormed out and slammed the door. He was about to stalk away when An Ruoxi stepped out from the corner. She smiled. Deputy Sunday got a minute? He stared at her. He knew exactly who she was, the former president's daughter. After a beat, he nodded. An Ruoxi led him to the stairwell. He frowned at the secrecy. Miss An, just say what you need to say. If someone catches us, it won't do your reputation any favors. Thank you for thinking of my reputation. She smiled. Director Liang just stole your team's project again, didn't she? Sun Xing's eyes flickered, then went cold. That's none of your concern. And Ruoxi didn't beat around the bush. Do you want her position? His head snapped up. His expression held no excitement, only a flicker of anger. I have no such ambition. I'd advise you to watch your words, Miss An. Calm and unruffled, she said, by seniority. You've been at An Group over a decade. Liang Xinyi's only been here 8 years. By ability, your team brings in the best proposals, and she hands them to her cronies. By integrity, you work hard and stay honest. She's corrupt and abuses her power. You belong in that chair more than she does. Sun Xing looked at her with new eyes. He'd expected a spoiled, sheltered rich girl. In just days, she'd mapped the entire department. His voice held a note of resignation. Office politics aren't that simple, and no matter how capable you are, you can't compete with someone's connections. And Ruoxi's smile didn't waver. So, shall we cooperate? He stared at her. The smile was there, but the look in her eyes was dead serious still. Sun Xing shook his head. Miss An, it's not that I don't trust you, but Liang Xinyi has old master and backing her. You can't beat him. She didn't take offense. I don't expect you to agree right now, but soon, you'll see my sincerity. Just then, a commotion broke out in the office area. Sun Xing frowned. What's going on? And Ruoxi's smile deepened. My sincerity just arrived. Liang Xinyi. Who's Liang Xinyi? Get out here, you home-wrecking bitch. A well-dressed, middle-aged woman stormed into the office, face twisted with fury. A male staff member moved to intercept her. Can I help you? She barely glanced at him before slapping him hard across the face. Who the hell do you think you are, getting in my way? Tell Liang Xinyi to come out right now. The force of the blow sent him stumbling to the floor. Another staff member immediately stepped forward. Let me escort you to the reception room. She slapped him too. I'm not going anywhere. If that whore isn't ashamed of what she did, why should I hide it? The entire project department, dozens of people watched, Whispers buzzing through the crowd, she's not here for a friendly chat. Looks like she's hunting down the other woman. I've heard rumors director Liang slept her way to the top. Guess they're true after all. Sure, keep your voice down if you want to keep your job, just watch and keep your mouth shut. Liang Xinyi finally emerged, her face stone cold. What's all this noise? This is unprofessional. The woman spotted her and lunged like a mad dog. Liang Xinyi, you slut, you shameless homewrecker, give me back my husband. Before anyone could react, she had Liang Xinyi by the hair, yanking hard. Liang Xinyi winced and grabbed the woman's wrists. Let go of me, you psycho. The woman bared her teeth. Let go, you seduced my husband, destroyed my family, and you think you can tell me to let go? I'll beat you to death today, I swear it. She dragged Liang Xinyi to the floor by her hair, screaming, I'll kill you, you little mistress, I'll kill you. The office froze in shock. Liang Xinyi shrieked in pain, Are all of you dead? Pull her off me. Everyone snapped to action, rushing to separate them. Security arrived and joined the effort. No matter how fierce the woman was, she couldn't fight off several strong men as they dragged her out. She kept shouting, Liang Xinyi, don't think this is over, we're not done. Sun Xing and An Ruoxi stood behind the crowd of onlookers. Sun Xing watched the drama fade and muttered, this isn't enough to take down Liang Xinyi. An Ruoxi crossed her arms and smirked, that was just an appetizer, the main course is still coming. She turned and walked back to her desk without another word. After work, An Ruoxi headed to the parking lot. Before she reached her car, she spotted Xiao Yuan's Rolls-Royce in the distance. She frowned. What's he doing here again? Doesn't he have anything better to do? She walked to the back door, opened it, and slid inside. Mr. Xiao, what brings you here to pick me up today? He leaned in, catching her chin between his fingers. Still calling me Mr. Xiao? She met the possessive heat in his eyes and smiled. Yuan. His expression softened instantly. He stole a kiss from her lips and murmured, good girl. She shot him a look. Where are we going? He settled back into his seat, clearly pleased, taking you somewhere good to eat. Minutes later, they pulled up to one of the hottest new high-end couples restaurants in the city. Xiao Yuan took a work call in the car, so An Ruoxi went in first. The moment she stepped through the door, she saw An Chu hanging off Pei Tianqi's arm at the hostess stand. Pei Tianqi's face went cold when he saw her. He hadn't forgotten how she'd humiliated him last time. An Chu shot her a smug smile. Sister, what a coincidence. You're eating here too. This is a couple's restaurant. Who'd you come with? Pei Tianqi sneered. She probably found someone rich to latch onto, but let's be real, she's just a toy to him. An Chu loved hearing him insult An 11. It meant he was finally done with her. An Ruoxi laughed. What's wrong? Mad because I turned you down when you begged me to take you back. I'd rather be someone's toy than take back a piece of trash like you, and you have the nerve to talk? You. Pei Tianqi was fuming. An Chu's alarm bells went off. Brother Tianqi, you're still thinking about her? He knew the An family business was in trouble, and An Chu's recent behavior had been turning him off, but she'd asked him out several times, and he couldn't keep refusing. Still, seeing An Ruoxi so smug made his blood boil. He forced a gentle tone. Of course not. She's nothing to me. You're the only one in my heart. And Choo-Choo's face lit up. Really? I'm so happy. She pressed herself against him and shot An Ruoxi a triumphant look. An Ruoxi felt sick watching the two of them. What's wrong? Xiao Yuan appeared behind her. An Choo-Choo's eyes went wide. He was gorgeous, 10 times better looking than Pei Qianqi. Pei Qianqi noticed Xiao Yuan standing close to An Ruoxi and clenched his fists, practically grinding his teeth. Shameless. An Ruoxi frowned. Just saw two people who ruined my appetite. Xiao Yuan's face darkened. Wait here. He stepped outside, made a quick phone call, and came back. He put his arm around her waist. Let's go. No more annoying people. As soon as he spoke, a flood of waiters appeared, approaching every table. Sorry, but the restaurant has been booked for a private event tonight. Your meals will be comped at 20 times the cost. And Choo-Choo and Pei Qianqi weren't spared. An Ruoxi walked further inside, and Choo-Choo protested. Why do they get to stay? The waiter replied politely, they're the ones who booked the entire venue. And Choo-Choo whined, Brother Qianqi, look at her. Pei Qianqi shot a dark look at the retreating figures. Let's go. And Choo-Choo had no choice but to follow him out. Inside the private room, Xiao Yuan asked casually, why didn't you distance yourself from me today? An Ruoxi flipped through the menu without looking up. Pei Qianqi has no real talent, but he's got an ego the size of a mountain. He won't tell anyone who you are. That would just make him look pathetic. A cold glint passed through Xiao Yuan's eyes. He ran his tongue over his teeth, a sour edge creeping into his voice. You sure know him well. After they left the restaurant, and Choo-Choo still couldn't let it go. She had never been thrown out like that in her life. She clicked her seatbelt into place, fuming. Brother Qianqi, who exactly did my sister latch onto? He must be seriously powerful. Pei Qianqi's grip on the steering wheel tightened every time he thought about An Ruoxi getting cozy with Xiao Yuan, or the way she'd humiliated him in public. His blood boiled. She's a plaything, nothing more, he said coldly. She'll get what's coming to her soon enough. And Choo-Choo's mood brightened the second she heard him talk about An Ruoxi that way. She laid her hand over his. I'm the lucky one. I found a man like you. Brother Qianqi. If my sister knew, she'd die of jealousy. Pei Qianqi's eyes flickered. He'd originally planned to cut things off with An Choo-Choo, but after she started doing all that charity work, her public image had improved a lot, and being with her got under An Ruoxi's skin suddenly, and Choo-Choo didn't seem so bad. He smiled and squeezed her hand. I treat you well because you deserve it. And Choo-Choo leaned into him. Brother Qianqi, I'm so happy. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder but didn't say a word. His eyes stayed cold, and Corporation Tian Shangxing hurled a project proposal straight at Liang Xini. I told you to get rid of an RU11, so why is her project doing better and better? Liang Xini flinched. She'd never seen him this furious before. She knew he was under massive pressure after the last project tanked. She didn't dare provoke him further. I've thrown obstacles in her way a few times, but she always finds a way around them. There hasn't been a good opening. A ruthless gleam flashed in An Shangxing's eyes. No opening? Then make one. You've still got someone tailing her, right? Let them both die. Liang Xini's heart lurched. Emma.an, What exactly do you want me to do? He didn't answer directly. I'll handle the details, you just cooperate. Then he added, one of the vice presidents is retiring soon. There's a farewell ceremony in a few days. Handle An Ruoxi, and I'll recommend you for the VP position right there at that ceremony. Liang Xinyi's face lit up with excitement. Don't worry, Mr. and I won't let you down. Project Management Department. Liang Xinyi strode out of her office. Deputy Director Gao fell into step beside her. She clapped her hands. Everyone, stop what you're doing. I have good news. The whole office paused and looked at her expectantly. Liang Xinyi smiled and glanced at Deputy Director Gao. Today, Deputy Director Gao's team closed a drone project worth 2 billion. Let's give them a round of applause. People exchanged looks, then offered scattered, half-hearted claps. Deputy Director Gao beamed and bowed with exaggerated humility. We can't take all the credit. Without Mr. An's support and Director Liang's guidance, we never would have closed this deal. It's an honor to work under such leadership. Let's save our applause for An and Director Liang. He started clapping first. Liang Xinyi looked deeply satisfied. Deputy Director Gao always knew exactly what to say to win her over. She ran this department, with Mr. An's full backing, and Gao never forgot it. He never stole the spotlight. She liked that. After the flattery, Gao launched into sharing their team's experience closing the deal. His whole team stood tall, chests puffed out with pride. Meanwhile, Sun Xing's face turned stormy. His people looked just as deflated. Chen Yunqing shook her head and whispered, I heard Deputy Director Sun's team chased that project for 6 months. At the last second, Director Liang handed it to Deputy Director Gao. Sun must be livid. An Ruoxi frowned. Nobody objects to project theft that blatant. Chen Yunqing shrugged helplessly. What's the point? Director Liang runs the department, and she has Mr. An's backing. Another deputy director once complained about losing a project to Mr. An. Director Liang walked away without a scratch, and that deputy director was fired on the spot. Ever since, no one dares to challenge her. An Ruoxi's eyes went cold. And they're just okay with their work getting stolen. They don't quit. A few of the really talented ones did resign, Chen Yunqing said. But Director Liang has deep connections in this industry. Word is, those people couldn't find decent jobs afterward. Everyone figures she blacklisted them behind the scenes. So now, even though people are bitter, they don't dare leave. The pay here isn't terrible, at least. An Ruoxi watched Liang Xinyi preening and let out a quiet snort. Someone that vile doesn't deserve that seat. Chen Yunqing tugged her arm urgently and whispered, Don't say that. Director Liang holds grudges like you wouldn't believe. If she hears you, you're in serious trouble. An Ruoxi shrugged. So what? She won't be in that seat much longer anyway. Chen Yunqing didn't catch it. What did you say? An Ruoxi smiled. Nothing. Just then, Liang Xinyi and Deputy Director Gao wrapped up their little performance and disappeared back into their offices. An Ruoxi got up to grab water from the break room. She just filled her cup when her phone buzzed. She checked the caller ID and smiled. Stepping into the stairwell, she answered. Deputy Director Sunday. Sun Xing's voice was low and tight. I'm in. I'll cooperate with you. An Ruoxi's lips curled. Changed your mind? He sounded deflated. What's your plan? She paused. I heard a vice president is retiring. An Shangxing is throwing him a farewell ceremony. That's our shot to take down Liang Xini and embarrass An Shangxing at the same time. Sun Xing's voice sharpened with interest. What's the plan? An Ruoxi said, just do exactly what I tell you. And Xiao Yi stayed late at the office, grinding through the project proposal. By the time she stepped out, it was past 7. She crossed the parking lot and spotted Xie Mingyu's car idling in its usual spot. She was used to it. She headed for the back door and reached for the handle. Sit up front. He was driving himself tonight, no chauffeur. She slid into the passenger seat and clicked her seatbelt. No driver? Xie Mingyu turned his head, one eyebrow lifting with a wicked grin. We're on a date, why would I want a third wheel? Her mouth curved. So where are we going? He faced the road. Dinner. They pulled up to a Huaiyang cuisine restaurant. Dark wood, low lighting, elegant and intensely private. The food arrived almost as soon as they sat down. Xiao Yi had been running on fumes all day and was starving. She grabbed her chopsticks and dug in. Xie Mingyu barely touched his plate. He slouched in his chair, a faint, almost teasing smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Watching her eat like that did something to him, an indescribable sense of contentment. So this was what it felt like to spend money on your wife. When are you planning to move back to Taiping Mountain? Her hand froze mid-reach over a dish. She didn't look up. Once I get through this busy stretch. He frowned, visibly displeased. You're not stringing me along, are you? She forced her eyes up and plastered on a smile. Of course not. My family's there. I want to come back. His brow smoothed, but only slightly. Don't make me wait too long. And Xiao Yi let out a quiet breath. As they finished, Xie Mingyu lit a cigarette, took a drag, and blew a slow smoke ring. There's a birthday dinner in a few days. You're coming with me. She dabbed her mouth with her napkin. Whose birthday? He paused. My mother's. Liu Jingxian. And Xiao Yi blinked. She actually invited you? A dry, self-mocking smile crossed his face. Not a chance. So you're planning to stir up trouble? He cut her a sideways glance, lips curling. Afraid I'll drag you down with me? She lifted her water glass and smiled. I love a good show. In another private room, Zhao Yongqiong held court at the head of the table, dining with a small circle of associates. Beside him sat young Master Nai, the same one from the bar who'd promised to cut him into a business deal. Nai raised his phone with a grin. Brother Qiong, the principal and the profits from this investment already transferred to your account. Zhao Yongqiong set down his chopsticks, genuinely surprised. That fast? He pulled out his phone and checked the balance. His voice jumped, doubled. 10 million into 20 million? Nai thumped his chest. I told you it would pay. When have I ever steered you wrong, Brother Qiong? Zhao Yongqiong stared at the number, his face lit with something close to giddiness. It wasn't the money itself. It was the lifeline. After the last disaster, his brother-in-law had forced a settlement with the Pei Consortium, squeezing out 20% in compensation, over 2 billion. His brother-in-law had been livid, and he'd made one thing crystal clear. Zhao Yongqiong was going to find a way to repay it himself. His sister had already sold off every handbag, every piece of jewelry, every fixed asset she owned. They were still short by more than $1 billion. He'd been losing his mind trying to dig them out. He laughed, loud and full, and clapped Nai on the shoulder. A friend in need is a friend indeed. You're a real brother, let me toast you. They clinked glasses and knocked back the baijiu. Nai set his glass down. You flatter me, brother Qiong. You've done plenty for me before, consider this repayment. Zhao Yongqiong's smile dimmed. You're saying this is a one-time thing? Nai nodded, still smiling. I had to pull every string I had to find this channel. The other party let me bring in a portion of your capital as a personal favor. There won't be another opening like this, unless what? Zhao Yongqiong leaned in. Nai dropped his voice. Unless the investment is in the hundreds of millions. Only then would they consider letting someone else in. Otherwise, he gestured at the others around the table. Why wouldn't I bring them in? None of them have the kind of capital you do, brother Qiong. Zhao Yongqiong's vanity puffed up, but so did the tension. I don't have that kind of liquidity right now. Nai frowned. Then there's nothing to be done. And this project window is closing fast. Another opportunity like this won't come around. Zhao Yongqiong's face crumpled with regret. If only he had 800 million, $1 billion, he could solve everything in one stroke. Letting this slip felt like throwing money away. Then it hit him. He slapped his thigh. I've got it. What? Zhao Yongqiong grinned, smug. My nephew works in finance at Pay Corporation. I'll have him advance some funds. Pull the money out, get the returns, and pay it right back. Simple. Nai's brow furrowed. You sure that's a good idea? Of course it is. Zhao Yongqiong waved a hand. Pay Corporation is my brother-in-law's company. The company's money is the Pay family's money. I'm just borrowing it. It's not like I won't return it. He pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Yi. It's your uncle. I've got a big deal. You interested? The day of the Deputy General Manager's resignation ceremony came fast. An Ruoxi had barely reached her desk when a message from Sun Xing popped up. Same place. She slipped into the stairwell, out of sight. Sun Xing looked jittery, almost restless. Are you absolutely sure you want to stir things up at the ceremony and drag General Pei into it? An Ruoxi's gaze went cold. I told you, I'm not just taking down Liang Xini. I'm exposing the evidence of her secret collusion with Pei Tianming, and I'm going to ruin him with it. Sun Xing fidgeted. And what if you fail? You won't give me up, right? Some of that evidence came from me. She met his eyes, steady and unblinking. Don't worry. We're going to succeed. Her phone rang. She glanced at the screen. I'll be right there. She ended the call and looked back at Sun Xing. The show's about to start. Just wait to step into Liang Xini's position. I have to go. She walked out of the stairwell. Sun Xing stared after her, his expression dark. An Ruoxi returned to her desk to find Xiao Yi, the assistant Liang Xini had assigned to her, already waiting. Ruoxi, where'd you disappear to? Xiao Yi asked. She was older than An Ruoxi but always called her Jie out of deference. An Ruoxi kept her face neutral. Restroom. Xiao Yi glanced in the direction An Ruoxi had come from, then smiled. Should we head out now? An Ruoxi scooped up the documents on her desk. Today they were heading to the gaming company she'd been pursuing, To finalize contract details, let's go. She hadn't been gone long when Sun Xing emerged from the stairwell. He watched her retreating figure, his expression hard, then bypassed his office and took the elevator straight to the top floor. The executive assistant blocked his path. General Pei is in a meeting. Sun Xing looked harried. I need to see him now. It's about this afternoon's resignation ceremony and General Pei's reputation. The assistant hesitated, made a quick call, and a moment later Pei Tianming actually stepped out of the meeting room. He didn't recognize Sun Xing. He gave him a blank, questioning look. Deputy Director Sun, from the project department. Sun Xing introduced himself. Pei Tianming paused. Come into my office. Once inside, Pei Tianming leaned back in his executive chair, radiating controlled talk. Sun Xing shifted on his feet. General Pei, someone is planning to set you up. I want to make a deal with you. And Xiaoli's target was a game company. 4 recent college grads had crammed themselves into a rented warehouse, chasing a dream. She'd put together a preliminary investment proposal and was heading over with Xiao Yi. Just as they got close, her phone rang. Liu Jiangbua. She lowered the volume and answered. Boss, where are you? And Xiaoli glanced at Xiao Yi. On my way to the game company. Liu Jiangbua's voice spiked with panic. Boss, you can't go. Our people just reported someone's planning to plant explosives there. We haven't found them yet. Her expression went cold. Hu Qindong was getting desperate. Good. He was practically serving himself up on a platter. I understand, she said. Liu Jiangbua caught the edge in her voice. She was still planning to go. His panic cranked higher. Boss, I know you've got skills, but this is explosives. We don't know how many they've planted. It's too dangerous. You can't. Her grip tightened on the phone. I've got it handled. Before he could argue, she hung up. Then she shot him a quick text. Xiao Yi noticed the call ended. Xiaolijie, is something wrong? She pocketed her phone and studied him. He didn't look like he knew anything, because who'd be dumb enough to walk into a death trap willingly? He'd been set up as a pawn. She smiled lightly. Nothing. When we get there, you handle the negotiation first. Xiao Yu's eyes went wide. Really? I've only been here a short while. I've never run a project before. You helped with the proposal. I trust you. For a second, guilt flickered across his face. He hesitated. Xiaolijie, actually, I've been hiding something from you. She gave him a knowing look. That Liang Sini put you up to spying on me? He gasped. You knew. A cold smile touched her lips. Not hard to figure out. Respect flashed in his eyes. He was still new to the department, rough around the edges. But working with her on this project, he'd seen how sharp she really was. The proposal didn't just serve their company. It protected the target company's future too. She tried to strike a fair balance. He meant it when he said, Xiaolijie, I'm sorry. I only joined recently. I didn't have a choice. She shrugged. It's fine. Just do your job. He broke into a grin. Don't worry. I'll nail the negotiation. Xiao Corporation conference room. The second quarter review was in full swing. Xiao Yuan lounged at the head of the table, chin propped on one hand, regal, dangerous, with just enough amused arrogance to keep everyone on edge. Several managers had already presented. The marketing director was up next. First time in this setting, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Respected President Xiao. I'll begin my report. Please take a look at my PPT. Maybe it was nerves, maybe a setup. Either way, the slide he pulled up was completely blank. A ripple of murmurs spread through the room. What is this? Unbelievable. Liu's done for. The boss hates incompetence. Is about to get torched. Last time a department head misreported a single number, President Xiao fired him on the spot. This is going to be ugly. The director on stage turned ghost white. He'd heard every story about Xiao Yuan's ruthlessness. His voice came out desperate. President Xiao. I swear I checked the PPT before the meeting. It was fine. I don't know how. Please, give me another chance. I won't let it happen again. Getting into Xiao Corporation was brutal enough. He'd fought tooth and nail to get here. He couldn't lose everything over one mistake. Xiao Yuan frowned, clearly annoyed. He straightened in his chair. The room went dead silent. Everyone braced. Then, after a long pause, he smiled. Why is everyone so tense? It's just a small mistake. Pay attention next time. Hand me your report. The director froze, utterly lost. Was this the same cold, merciless President Xiao? He scrambled to pass over his materials. Xiao Yuan flipped through them. Next. The room buzzed with disbelief. What's gotten into him? Did someone swap his soul? Word from the executive office is he's been in a great mood lately, way more patient with everyone. Maybe he closed some huge deal and is pleased. Doubtful. He's closed hundreds of billions in deals and still looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. No. This has to be about a woman. Holy crap. Is President Xiao actually in love? That's terrifying. I'd bet on it my son acted the exact same way when he started dating, grinning all day, fantastic mood. I'd kill to see the woman who tamed that monster. The meeting continued. Then Xiaoli's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and stepped out. He returned a moment later, face grim. He leaned in close to Xiao Yuan. President Xiao, bad news. Our people just reported someone's trying to blow up Miss An. Xiao Yuan's gaze turned to ice. Meeting adjourned. Everyone out. He strode from the room without another look. The game company, their contact, Engineer Yu, met them at the door. Plaid shirt, faded jeans, hair a mess, dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. An Ruoxi and Xiaozhu settled onto an old wooden sofa. Yu set 2 bottles of soda in front of them and smiled sheepishly. Sorry for the humble welcome. Not at all, the drinks are fine. Xiaozhu pulled the proposal from his folder. Here's our cooperation plan. Engineer Yu, please take a look. An Ruoxi stood. Engineer Yu, let Xiaozhu walk you through it. Would you mind if I looked around? Yu quickly nodded. Of course. I'll have someone show you around. She waved him off. No need. I'll just browse on my own. All right. Call us if you need anything. She smiled and nodded. As she moved through the workspace, she took it in carefully. The studio was converted from a warehouse. Big on space, but the actual work area was small. Hu Qindong's men wouldn't dare plant too many explosives. Too much attention, so if they wanted to make sure they got her without overdoing it, the bombs had to be close to the work zone. Her eyes swept every corner, sharp and methodical. But after a full sweep of the interior, nothing seemed off. Maybe they weren't inside the warehouse, maybe outside? She crossed her arms, hand under her chin, frowning. Then her gaze lifted. She stared at the restroom door a few yards away. In a narrow alley near the warehouse, two men dressed like street thugs lurked in the shadows, their eyes darting nervously. One of them kept his voice low. "Bro, shouldn't we move? I saw that woman go in a while ago." The other checked his watch, glanced toward the warehouse, and nodded now. He pulled a remote control from his pocket. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the silence. Half the warehouse collapsed in an instant, a massive cloud of dust and debris blasting into the night air. The younger one grinned. "Bro, we fucking did it. I didn't know the bomb was that heavy." The older one didn't smile. "Don't get excited yet. We confirm the kill. We don't finish the job. We're dead men." "Yeah, let's go see." The older brother yanked a black mask over his face and ran toward the rubble. "Move, rescue shows up, we're screwed." His brother pulled his mask on and followed. "Relax. I didn't see anyone come out. She's definitely dead." "Alive or dead? We need proof." They reached the wreckage. Only half the warehouse had come down, so the search area wasn't huge, but after digging through several spots, they found nothing, not a single body. A cold realization sliced through the older brother. Shit. He straightened. "Run." "But bro, we haven't confirmed if the target is." "No time." He grabbed his brother and spun to bolt. They didn't make it 2 steps. A figure blocked their path. Wu Jingyi stood with her arms crossed, a smirk playing at the corner of her lips. "You two looking for me?" The older brother's eyes bulged. Shock, then fear, then rage flickered across his face in rapid succession. He threw a fist at her. "You're dead." Wu Jingyi's smile went cold. She caught his fist like it was nothing. "Amateur." A sharp twist of her wrist, and the man screamed. He spat through clenched teeth. "Mission's already blown. I'm dead either way. Kill me, torture me, do whatever the hell you want." Wu Jingyi just smiled. "How about a deal? I let you live." A convoy of luxury cars tore down the road. Xiao Yi dialed Wu Jingyi's number again, and again no answer. Agitation clawed up his spine. He ripped at his tie faster. The driver's hands shook on the wheel. They were already pushing 180 miles an hour. Any faster and the tires might blow, but the man in the back seat was not someone you argued with. The driver pressed the pedal down harder, and the car surged forward. In the front passenger seat, Xie Mingyu stared at his tablet. An old warehouse came into view on the screen, a faded game company logo peeling off its side. His eyes lit up. "Mr. Xiao, over there." "Go." The word barely left Xiao Yi's mouth when a thunderous blast tore through the air. His blood went cold. A panic he had never known seized him, sharp and absolute. Those last few dozen seconds of driving stretched into agonizing minutes, each one dragging across his chest like a dull blade. He could hear his own pulse roaring in his ears. Screech. The car slammed to a stop. Xie Mingyu turned to look at Xiao Yi. "Mr. Xiao." The look on Xiao Yi's face stopped him cold. Grief tangled with murderous rage. A chill crawled up Xie Mingyu's spine, every hair on his body standing on end. He had never seen his boss like this. Xiao Yi snapped out of his shock. wrenched the door open, and sprinted toward the rubble. His eyes were bloodshot. He dropped to his knees in the debris and clawed at the bricks and concrete with his bare hands. Jingy, you can't. Jingy, hold on. I'll get you out. Jingy, Jingy. Xie Mingyu directed the rest of the team to search. When he saw Xiao Yi's fingers already torn and bleeding, he steeled himself and stepped forward. Mr. Xiao, your hands. Xiao Yi didn't hear him. He kept digging frantically, stumbling from one spot to the next, finding nothing. Xie Mingyu knew he couldn't stop him. He pulled out his phone and called Panjichu. Get here now, something happened. Panjichu's voice came through casual as ever. What? Someone tried to kill the boss again? Xie Mingyu's gaze cut to Xiao Yi, who looked half-mad with desperation. Worse than that, hurry. Xiao Yi had torn through several areas. No sign of Wu Jingyi. He was unraveling. He roared at Xie Mingyu. Get everyone here. I don't care what it costs. Find her. Xie Mingyu fumbled with his phone, his hands shaking. Okay. Yuan, Wu Jingyi's voice drifted from somewhere nearby. Xie Mingyu nearly wept. It sounded like heaven. Before he could even react, Xiao Yi had already crashed into her. His arms locked around her like iron bands, crushing her against him so tight she could barely breathe. She felt him trembling. Shaking uncontrollably, she stroked his back. Yuan, let go. I can't breathe. His arms tightened for a split second, then loosened, but the moment he pulled back, one hand clamped onto the back of her head and he kissed her hard, desperate, frantic. Strands of her hair tangled between his fingers, pulling painfully. Her startled gasp disappeared into the heat of his mouth. His arms locked around her again like steel, pressing her so close it felt like he wanted to fuse her into his bones. Nearby, Panjichu had driven over like a madman. He stepped out of his car and took in the scene. He blinked, then walked over to Xie Mingyu. You dragged me all the way here in a panic, just to watch the two of you make out? Xie Mingyu was still shaking from the scare. Be glad that's all you're watching. A minute ago, I thought I was about to eat a bullet. Panjichu raised an eyebrow. That serious? Xie Mingyu didn't answer. Losing the one you love. He couldn't imagine what that would drive Xiao Yi to do. He silently prayed for Wu Jingyi to live a long life and to have a happy, lasting marriage with the boss. Inside the car, An Ruoxi grabbed a cotton swab, dipped it in iodine, and began cleaning Xiao Yuan's wounds. His hands, long, pale, always so controlled, were covered in cuts. Some shallow, some deep. One looked like something sharp had sliced straight through. It was deep enough to see bone. She pressed down on it for a long time before the bleeding finally stopped. Staring at that gash, her chest ached, and her voice came out sharper than she intended. You've got plenty of men. Why did you have to do it yourself? Xiao Yuan didn't blink. His eyes stayed locked on her face, as if looking away for even a second might make her vanish. He was still shaken, and it showed when I called. Why didn't you answer? An Ruoxi patted herself down. No phone. She must have left it on the couch at the studio. A twinge of guilt hit her. Sorry. I lost my phone. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes hardened. He gritted his teeth. Calling me when you're in danger, would that kill you? She looked up at him, knowing exactly why he was angry. A soft sigh escaped her as she dropped her gaze. There wasn't time. More like she could handle it herself. No need for him to drive all the way out there. Xiao Yuan reached out, tilted her chin up, and forced her to meet his eyes. "An corporation, I can wipe it off the map for you." An Ruoxi stared at him, stunned. There was zero joking in that voice. She knew he could probably do it, but it would cost him badly. She shook her head, pulling free of his grip. "No, I'll take my own revenge." Then she looked him straight in the eye. "But I promise you, I won't put myself in danger like that again." Only then did his expression finally ease. She finished applying the ointment and wrapped both his hands in thick layers of gauze. Xiao Yuan held up his bandaged hands and raised an eyebrow. "We're heading back to Taiping Mountain tonight. You're washing me." For once, An Ruoxi answered without a second of hesitation. "Okay." An corporation's large conference room was packed, nearly 100 employees, all mid-level, and above JT the head of the main table sat An Shangxing, sharp in his suit, his face carved from stone. To his left sat the retiring president Fang. By the time An Ruoxi walked in, the meeting had just started. She went straight to the very back row and took a seat from the main table. And Shangxing spotted her immediately. His eyes tightened, and the pitch of his voice dropped a notch. An Ruoxi smiled coldly. He had to be so disappointed she wasn't dead, but the real show, it was just getting started. An Shangxing lost focus for only a second before pulling himself together. He shot her a dismissive glance and looked away, thoroughly unimpressed. The ceremony rolled on as planned. President Fang gave his farewell speech, and An Shangxing presented him with an honorary certificate. According to the original agenda, this was the moment the new VP was supposed to be announced. An Shangxing's gaze cut across the room to where An Ruoxi sat. The smug look on his face said it all. He knew exactly what she was up to. And he wasn't playing along with a self-satisfied tone. He announced, "That concludes today's farewell ceremony. Meeting adjourned." An Ruoxi's eyes went cold, but she stayed put. Around her, mid-level employees started whispering. "Wait, weren't they supposed to announce the new VP? Did they not make a decision yet?" Rumor was it'd be manager Liang from projects. I even heard the appointment documents and contract were ready. Maybe Mr. An's going to do it privately? Who knows? What do little people like us care about the big shots decisions? Let's go. Liang Xini sat frozen in her seat, completely thrown by An Shangxing's move. He'd promised her. The farewell ceremony was supposed to be where he named her VP, so why cut the meeting short? Was he backing out, having second thoughts? She'd gone so far as to hire 2 assassins to take out An Ruoxi, just to win his approval. She'd paid the price. She was not about to let him back out now. She pushed herself to her feet, voice sharp. "Mr. An, are you forgetting something? That VP seat, she'd been after it for way too long. She'd given up her body, turned herself into his obedient little dog, all for this. She wasn't letting it slide." An Shangxing's face darkened. He said coldly, "The full agenda for today has been covered. All items are closed." Liang Xini gritted her teeth. "Mr. An, you promised me you would. That's enough." He cut her off before she could get another word out. "If you have something to say, come to my office." With that, he moved to leave. The other attendees had been half hoping for a scene. They stayed in their seats, lingering. But when Liang Xini seemed to back down and An Shangxing started for the door, they figured there was no show after all. One by one, they headed for the exit. An Ruoxi didn't move. A small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "Who said there's no show? Right on cue. The conference room doors swung open from the outside. A group of uniformed police officers marched in. Shangxing hadn't made it out yet. The second he saw them, his face turned thunderous. Now what? He shot a glare at Sun Xing, standing among the crowd. Sun Xing shook his head, clueless. The lead officer spoke, face utterly unreadable. Which one of you is Liang Xini? Liang Xini had been about to eavesdrop on the gossip when the cops burst in. Then it hit her. They were asking for her, her face drained of color, her legs buckled, and no one said a word, but every gaze in the room drifted to her. The officers read her guilty expression instantly. They walked straight toward her. Liang Xini, you're under suspicion of hiring a hitman for attempted murder. You'll need to come with us. Her eyes flew to An Shangxing, pleading. Tears nearly spilled over. Mr. An, please save me. An Shangxing's hands clenched at his sides. His voice was flat, cold. If you've done something wrong, cooperate with the investigation. Do not say a single word out of line, or you know the consequences. Liang Xini's legs gave out. She slumped into the chair, but it wasn't over. Just as the officers were about to escort her out, another group in uniform walked through the door. They used the exact same opening line. Which one of you is Liang Xini? At that, Liang Xini completely collapsed. The two sets of cops exchanged glances. One of the first officers said, "She's the one. What else did she do?" An officer from the second group answered, "We got a report yesterday. A wife turned in her husband for bribery and corruption after finding out he was cheating. Based on the husband's testimony, Liang Xini is involved. We need her for questioning." The first officer looked at Liang Xini with open disgust. "Didn't realize you had this many problems. Let's go." Liang Xini was dragged out right there on the spot. An Shangxing let out a silent breath of relief. That was close. The office was Old Master An's domain. Sun Xing stood in front of the desk, eyes lowered. Old Master An leaned back in his chair, clearly satisfied. "Good thing you warned me about An Sholi's little plan with Liang Xini. If I'd gone ahead and named her vice president, and the police showed up to arrest her in front of everyone, the board would have slaughtered me." Sun Xing kept his smile small and respectful. "Old Master An, I only shared what I heard. You made the call in the moment. I can't take credit for that." Old Master An studied him with new eyes. Liang Xini had run the project department for years. She handled a lot of his dirty work, and he trusted her, so he never looked too hard at anyone else in that division. He had no idea someone like Sun Xing had been buried in the ranks the whole time. When Sun Xing first approached him, he'd been suspicious. He even did some digging. What he found surprised him. The man had landed multiple major accounts and consistently delivered top-tier numbers, but Liang Xini took every achievement and handed the credit to someone else, and Sun Xing never pushed back. Year after year, not a single complaint. So when Sun Xing came to pledge loyalty this time, Old Master An figured the man had finally reached his breaking point with Liang Xini. An Sholi, naive as she was, probably thought she could use him. Instead, Sun Xing took her tip and flipped it right back on her. Smart move. Old Master An smiled like a king tossing scraps. "How would you feel about becoming the new director of the project department?" Sun Xing's head snapped up. Shock swept across his face. "Me? You're serious?" Old Master An enjoyed the reaction. It made him feel like an emperor, throwing a bone and watching a subject scramble. His tone turned playful. Not interested? Yes, absolutely. The words tumbled out. Thank you, old master, and I'll work my ass off. Whatever you need, I'm there. Old master and let out a low laugh. Keep a very close eye on An Ruoxi the second she moves, I want to know. Of course, old master, and you can count on me. I won't let her cause you any trouble. Old master and hadn't expected the man to catch on that fast. Satisfied, he nodded. All right, back to work. Sun Xing bowed and stepped out. The door clicked shut behind him. For just a moment, his eyes brushed the wood grain, and a small, triumphant smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. The moment he was gone, old master and pulled out his phone. Liang Sini can't stay. The project department. Sun Xing walked in and glanced toward An Ruoxi's desk. She happened to look up at the exact same moment. Their eyes locked. A silent understanding passed between them. Sun Xing kept walking toward the stairwell. A few moments later, An Ruoxi stood and followed. When they met in the stairwell, Sun Xing dropped into a deep bow. Miss and thank you. An Ruoxi gave a faint smile. You earned it. No thanks necessary. Sun Xing's eyes turned red. Too many bitter years in this department right now. Just a little of that weight had finally lifted. His voice came out rough. Without your plan, I never would have gotten that title. An Ruoxi kept her tone even. Losing Liang Sini doesn't really hurt old master, and it's smarter to use her as leverage to earn his trust. Even if she were gone, you never would have been made manager, but this way, one piece of intel bought you his trust and the job. We came out ahead. Sun Xing was stunned by how sharp she was. What's our next move? He asked. An Ruoxi frowned slightly, thinking. The project department is one of An Group's core divisions. Knowing old master An, he's been skimming for years. Start digging into past projects. Find proof he's been abusing his position for personal gain. Sun Xing nodded. Whatever you say, Miss An. Then worry crept into his voice. Do you really think we can take him down? An Ruoxi smiled, confident. Don't worry. A few bombs are already on their way. When she stepped out of the building, Xiao Yi was already waiting in the CA. An Ruoxi slid in beside him. Her gaze dropped to his bandaged hands. Do they still hurt? Xiao Yi had left the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone. He leaned in close, a smirk tugging at his lips. One kiss and the pain goes away. An Ruoxi's eyes caught the sharp line of his collarbone through the open collar. She swallowed. She pressed her lips lightly to his cheek, eyes crinkling. Like this? Xiao Yi hadn't actually expected her to do it. The soft brush of her mouth melted every thought clean out of his head. He cupped her face in both hands and deepened the kiss. Their mouths moved together, and the words slipped out between breaths. More like this. An Ruoxi's eyes flew wide. She put her hands over his injured ones. Are you crazy? Your hands are still hurt. But he was already gone. Lost in her. One arm slid around her waist and pulled her onto his lap. Breath coming fast, he murmured against her mouth. Stop talking, just kiss me. By the time they reached Taiping Mountain, Xiao Yi finally let her go, and only because he had to. An Ruoxi's lips were burning, definitely swollen. She shot him a glare, but then her eyes caught the fresh bloodstains seeping through his bandages, and she tensed. She grabbed his hand. Your wound tore open again. Xiao Yi watched her panic with pure satisfaction. It's a scratch. Won't kill me. And Xiao Yi pulled the medical kit from the back seat. Thank God the steward had thought to stock it. She started redressing the wound, rolling her eyes as she worked. You are completely reckless. Xiao Yi arched an eyebrow and leaned close to her ear. His whisper was warm. You're the one who makes me lose control. Her cheeks flushed hot. She pressed down on the wound, maybe a little harder than necessary, but the second she saw fresh blood bead up, she regretted it instantly. Her touch went feather-light. Xiao Yi watched her focused expression, and his dark eyes deepened. God, he loved how she cared for him. Once the bandages were done, they got out of the car. Dinner was already laid out in the kitchen, with both hands bandaged. Xiao Yi wasn't about to miss a chance to be spoiled. He had An Ruoxi feed him too. Full bowls of rice. If he hadn't had other plans for the evening, he could have easily eaten 2 more after the meal. She followed him to the bedroom to help him bathe. The moment they stepped through the door, he swept her off her feet. Let's finish what we started in the car. And Xiao Yi was exasperated. Your hands. He laid her on the bed and pressed over her, peeling off his own shirt with practiced ease. The needy man from dinner had vanished. Don't worry, these wounds won't affect my performance. That's not what his mouth covered hers. It didn't take long for her to understand exactly what he meant by no effect on performance. By the time he had her beneath him for the 4th time, she was gritting her teeth. Xiao Yi, are you even human? Who had stamina like this? Xiao Yi caught her earlobe between his teeth, voice husky and low. As long as my baby's happy, that's all that matters. The next day, An Ruoxi didn't wake up until noon. She felt like she'd been hit by a truck. She winced. What a beast, she muttered. She sat on the edge of the bed for a moment to catch her breath, then got dressed and headed downstairs. Chen Qingqing was tidying up the ground floor when she spotted her. She smiled and walked over. Miss An, you're awake. An Ruoxi nodded, glancing around. Has Mr. Xiao gone out? Chen Qingqing's smile turned mischievous. No, he's in the kitchen making you breakfast. Breakfast? An Ruoxi looked stunned. Xiao Yi seemed like the type who'd never touched a kitchen utensil in his life. Could he actually cook? Curious, she headed for the kitchen. The instant she stepped into the dining room, the smell of something burning hit her. She hurried into the kitchen and found Xiao Yi, the big boss himself, standing helplessly by the stove, spatula in hand, completely lost. The chef beside him looked miserable but didn't dare say a word. An Ruoxi leaned in. What are you trying to make? Xiao Yi still had bandages wrapped around his hand when he saw her. He scowled. Why are you in here? Get out. An Ruoxi took in the blackened mess in the pan and couldn't help but laugh. She took the spatula from his hand. You go out. I'll handle it. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow and didn't move. An Ruoxi's voice softened. Be good. Only then did he obediently leave. The chef stared in disbelief. Since when was Mr. Xiao that easy to manage? Scratch that, easy to talk to. A few minutes later, An Ruoxi came out carrying a steaming bowl of shredded pork and egg noodles. She set it in front of Xiao Yi with a smile. Eat. The chef brought out another bowl and placed it in front of her. Xiao Yi's expression was stiff. He'd wanted to show off by cooking for her. Instead, he'd made a complete fool of himself. An Ruoxi caught his mood. She gently touched his head and murmured, just the fact that you tried means a lot to me. Xiao Yi's face relaxed a little. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating them. Why girls' noodles are the best, he thought. Chen Qingqing and the other servants stood nearby, watching with warm smiles. Ever since Miss An arrived, Mr. Xiao had changed so much. Before, he was gloomy and dark. Now he was like a pitiful little puppy. They were halfway through the bowl when An Ruoxi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and her heart sank. Dr. Jin. He never calls unless it's something serious. She answered immediately. What's wrong? Dr. Jin's voice was excited. I've made a major discovery. Can you come over today? An Ruoxi's voice tightened. I'm on my way. She stood up to go. Xiao Yi grabbed her hand. I'm coming with you. He'd seen the panic flash across her face. Something was definitely wrong. An Ruoxi hesitated, then nodded. Okay. Since Xiao Yi's hand was injured, An Ruoxi drove. They pulled up outside a standalone villa. From the outside, it looked ordinary. But the moment they walked in, the difference was clear. Heavy security doors slid open one after another until they reached a sterile white research facility. Xiao Yi glanced sideways at An Ruoxi. She had more secrets than he'd thought. An Ruoxi entered Dr. Jin's lab. He smiled. Miss An, you're here. Then his eyes landed on the man behind her. He paused. And this is? An Ruoxi hesitated, then said, my boyfriend. Dr. Jin's face lit up. A boyfriend? Finally. Girl. You've come to your senses. An Ruoxi cut straight to the point. You said there was something important on the phone. What is it? Dr. Jin glanced at Xiao Yi but didn't speak. An Ruoxi turned to Xiao Yi. Can you wait outside for me? Xiao Yi was still floating on that one word. Boyfriend. He didn't argue. He just smiled and stepped out. Once the door closed, Dr. Jin spoke. I found out a pharmaceutical company recently developed a drug with excellent healing effects on the brain. If we can get the formula, it might help your brother and sister-in-law's condition. An Ruoxi's hand shot out and grabbed Dr. Jin's arm. Which company? Dr. Jin knew how long she'd been waiting for this. He understood her emotions, but his face showed hesitation. The company behind the drug is backed by a very powerful group. Getting the formula won't be easy. An Ruoxi's voice turned to steel. No matter how hard, I'll get it. Dr. Jin let out a soft sigh. The Xie Group. An Ruoxi froze. The Xie Group. That was Xiao Yi's mother's company. Dr. Jin continued. I heard they invested tens of billions over 5 years to develop it, but the formula isn't with the pharmaceutical company, it's with the Xie Group. An Ruoxi clenched her fists. She said firmly, don't worry. I'll get that formula for you. 15 minutes later, An Ruoxi came out of the room. Xiao Yi was lounging on the sofa outside, scrolling through his phone. When he saw her, he stood. Done? She nodded. Come with me. I want you to meet my brother. Xiao Yi was surprised. Rumors said An Ruoxi was dead. Was he still alive? He didn't ask. He just stayed close to her side. An Ruoxi opened the door to An Ruoxi's room. The scent of herbs hit her, making her eyes sting with tears. She walked to the bedside, picked up her brother's hand, and pressed it to her cheek. She forced a smile. Brother, I came to see you. Xiao Yi watched her cry, and a heavy weight settled in his chest, so tight he could barely breathe. He wanted a cigarette but held back. So this was why An Ruoxi was so obsessed with making money for her brother. She must have gone through so much these years. That delicate young lady had shouldered a burden no one else could see. The thought made his heart ache even more. About half an hour later, An Ruoxi stood up and left the room. Her eyes were red. She said to Xiao Yi, "Wait for me here." Then she walked into Jiang Ning's room. She didn't let him follow. She didn't want to risk triggering Jiang Ning. Besides, when Jiang Ning lost control, she sometimes tore off her own clothes. An Ruoxi refused to let anyone see her sister-in-law like that. Xiao Yi didn't argue. He stood there quietly, waiting. Soon the door closed, and a woman's shrill screams and sobs came from inside. Xiao Yi's dark eyes flickered with emotion. It was too much. He couldn't help it. He walked to the window and lit a cigarette. After he'd finished two, An Ruoxi finally came out. Her eyes were even redder. She wiped her tears and forced another smile at him. "Let's go." That smile cut through Xiao Yi like a knife. He pulled her into his arms. "Idiot. You don't have to pretend with me." An Ruoxi's hands, hanging at her sides, tightened into fists. Tears streamed down her face. Finally, she wrapped her arms around his back and sobbed. The research staff rushed out at the sound. Dr. Jin stood nearby, his own eyes wet. One of the researchers asked worriedly, "Dr. Jin, is Misson okay?" Dr. Jin dabbed at the corner of his eye. "Let her cry. That girl has been through too much. It's rare she has someone to lean on." Xiao Yi carried An Ruoxi into the car. Within minutes, her head lolled against the seat, sleep pulling her under. Her lashes were still wet, clumped together from all the crying. The sharp edges she wore like armor every day had dissolved. What was left was raw and fragile, and he couldn't look away. Xiao Yi stared at her, and something pulled tight in his chest. He lit a cigarette, dragged deep, then pulled out his phone. "I need something handled." He ended the call, crushed the cigarette, and pointed the car toward Taiping Mountain. An Ruoxi jolted awake, her phone buzzing against her hip. She opened her eyes to total darkness. She fumbled for the screen. 6 in the evening. The caller ID read Xiao Zhu. Before she'd left the research institute, she'd given him a job: find out where the Xie group hid their most sensitive files. If he was calling now, he'd found something. She answered. Xiao Zhu's voice came through fast. "Boss, our people breached Xie group's internal systems and their security network. There's definitely a vault inside. That's where they're keeping the big secrets. But the vault's locked down tight. 3 reinforced security doors. Each one requires the chairman's iris scan plus a unique passcode. Getting inside won't be easy." And Ruoxi's grip tightened on the phone. Her voice went cold. "I don't care how hard it is. I'm getting in. Notify everyone in the capital. Target Xie Group's vault. Timing." She paused. Liu Jingxian's birthday banquet. Xiao Yi had already told her he wanted her on his arm for the event. She didn't need to scheme her way in. After slipping into her gown and finishing her makeup, she waited at Taiping Mountain for him to arrive. While she was waiting, her phone rang again. "Dr. Jin," she answered immediately. "Dr. Jin. What's going on?" His voice carried an odd note. "Misson, that boyfriend of yours, the last time he was here, he asked for my contact information. Just now, our institute received a transfer." And Ruoxi's brow furrowed. "How much?" A pause. 10 billion. The sender also left a message: "Don't be frugal. When it runs out, I'll send more." And Xiao blinked. She hadn't expected Xiao Yi to go that far, and tonight, she was about to use him at the banquet. She exhaled slowly. It's fine, keep it. I'll repay the debt. Not long after she hung up, Jingjing rushed in. Mr. Xiao is here. And Xiao slid her phone into her clutch and smiled. Okay. The gown had a full skirt, so Jingjing helped her down the stairs. You look absolutely stunning, Miss, and I've never seen anyone so beautiful. You're going to steal the spotlight tonight. And Xiao smiled but said nothing. At the bottom of the stairs, Xiao Yi leaned against the car, custom black tuxedo, posture lazy, a cigarette dangling between his fingers as smoke curled into the night air. When he saw her, his eyes ignited. A slow smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Dignified. While Dian Xiao walked toward him, and he dipped his head close to her ear. You look devastating tonight, baby. Heat climbed her cheeks. She pressed a hand against his chest. Come on. Let's go. He opened the door with exaggerated gallantry, waiting until she was settled before circling to his side. Jingjing stood in the doorway, watching them, practically melting. Real-life couples hit different. Nobody understood it the way she did. Inside the car, Xiao Yi lounged with one leg crossed, elbow propped on the window frame, head resting against his hand as he studied. And Xiao, so what's the plan tonight? And Xiao's fingers curled against her knee. She met his eyes and smiled. Eat and drink, what else? Xiao Yi's gaze narrowed, something knowing flickering there. Oh. He dragged the word out slow. Is that right? The Xie family estate buzzed with glitter and power. Xie Group ranked third among the capital's 6 major conglomerates, and its momentum was brutal, closing the gap on second-place Pei Group. The previous head of the family had been in poor health and had recently stepped down. Against fierce opposition, he'd handed the reins to his wife, Liu Jingxian. Tonight was her 48th birthday, and the guest list read like a directory of the capital's elite, old master, and had arrived with his family. The moment Wu Jingyi walked in, she spotted Pei Tianming across the room. She turned to her father, bright-eyed. Dad, I'm going to find brother Tianming. Old master and nodded. Fix things with him. Get that engagement locked in soon. A coy smile flickered across her face. I know. Xie Mingyu saw his opening and took it. Dad, I'm going to find some friends. With the room packed full of the capital's most powerful, old master and agreed, Wu Jingyi swayed toward Pei Tianming, her voice dripping honey. Brother Tianming. He turned, champagne in hand, and smiled. Wu Jingyi, you look lovely tonight. She ducked her head, all practiced bashfulness. I'm glad you think so. Before he could respond, a cluster of heiresses closed in. Their families had money, but nothing close to An Group levels. They took one look at Wu Jingyi and Pei Tianming standing close and started fawning like their social lives depended on it. Miss Wu, you're absolutely radiant. Exactly what you'd expect from a conglomerate heiress. Standing beside second young Master Pei, you two look like you were made for each other. The Pei and An families joining forces, everyone here is green with envy. So when do we get our wedding invitations? Pride swelled in Wu Jingyi's chest. This was it. Marrying into the Pei family was the only way back into the spotlight. She glanced at Pei Tianming, shy. His expression was indifferent, her heart dipped, she forced a modest smile. Nothing's official yet. Don't jump to conclusions. Just then, a stir rippled through the entrance. Holy shit! Is that Xiao Yi from Xiao Group? He never shows up to these things. What's he doing here? And who is that woman next to him? I thought he wasn't into women. The rumors all said he preferred men. With a goddess like that, even a monk would lose his mind. Wu Jingyi had heard of Xiao Yi but had never seen him in person. She turned toward the commotion, and her blood boiled. An Ruoxi had actually landed Xiao Yi. An Ruoxi swept her gaze across the room. The banquet was in full swing at the Xie family estate. Extra waiters wove through the crowd, brought in to handle the sheer volume of guests. She tracked a few familiar faces threading between clusters of power and money, her fingers curling tight at her sides. Everything was in position tonight. Failure was not an option. Xiao Yuan caught her scanning the room and the corner of his mouth lifted. Looking for something? She raised her eyes to his, smiled, and slipped her arm through his. Nothing. Let's go, Yuan. Surprise flickered in Xiao Yuan's eyes. The woman who had always kept her distance was suddenly wrapped around his arm. What had shifted? Whatever the reason, he wasn't about to complain. Tenderness softened his expression. All right. Let's go. And Ruoxi met his gaze, and a sharp pang of guilt twisted through her chest. Xiao Yuan, don't hate me for this. I don't have a choice. Across the room, Liu Jingxian spotted them from where she stood chatting with guests beside Xie Mingyu. Her face stiffened, something vicious flashed behind her eyes. Xie Mingyu remembered all too clearly the last time Xiao Yuan had locked him up. The memory alone made his skin crawl. He grabbed his mother's arm, irritated. Mom, why did you even invite him? Liu Jingxian's mouth twitched. I didn't. Then he showed up uninvited. Xie Mingyu's jaw tightened. I'll have security throw him out. Don't. She clamped a hand on his arm. He's the head of the Xiao Corporation. Antagonizing him tonight doesn't benefit us in any way. Steer clear of him. Avoid him as much as you possibly can. Xie Mingyu watched Xiao Yuan's self-satisfied expression and ground his teeth. Fine. Liu Jingxian lifted her wine glass and approached, a polished smile plastered across her meticulously maintained face. Mr. Xiao, welcome. Your presence truly honors my birthday celebration. Xiao Yuan saw straight through the fake smile, and it filled him with immense satisfaction. She probably wanted to drive a knife into his chest right now, but here she was, grinning through clenched teeth hard enough to crack them. Watching her suffer instantly improved his mood. That was exactly why he had come tonight. He plucked a glass of wine from a passing waiter's tray and raised it toward Liu Jingxian. Congratulations, Mrs. Liu, on finally getting what you wanted, head of the Xie family at last. Liu Jingxian's jaw tightened, but she forced herself to smile and take a sip. Thank you. Xiao Yuan took a measured sip of his own. Around them, guests watched the seemingly cordial exchange and murmured among themselves. The Xie Corporation has serious pull. They even got Mr. Xiao to show up. If the Xiao and Xie conglomerates ever join forces, Nobody could touch them. Then Pei Corporation would be in real trouble, wouldn't they? Keep your voice down. The Pei family has someone here tonight. If they overhear you, you're asking for a world of pain. Once she had drained her glass, Liu Jingxian's eyes shifted to An Ruoxi at Xiao Yuan's side. Her freak of a son had lived like a recluse for over 20 years. When had he ever shown interest in a woman? She tilted her head with studied curiosity. Your companion is an unfamiliar face. Which family is she from? An Ruoxi smiled and answered for herself. The An family. An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi. Liu Jingxian's voice pitched upward. She caught herself instantly, realizing her reaction had been too sharp, and smoothed her expression back into place. You're An Shengnan's daughter. I'm surprised you're still alive. How astonishing. But An Ruoxi caught it, that flicker in her eyes. No, that was not surprise in her voice, not on her face. Why would hearing her name make Liu Jingxian react like that? Liu Jingxian had no desire to linger. Mr. Xiao, if you'll excuse me. She turned and hurried off like a woman trying to outrun a ghost. An Ruoxi watched her practically flee and hid a smile behind her hand. You came all this way just to get under her skin? Xiao Yuan's eyes glinted with mischief. Are you enjoying it? Aren't you worried she'll stab you in the back again? An Ruoxi laughed. Xiao Yuan's gaze drifted toward Xie Mingyu, surrounded by a cluster of sycophants, and his lips curled coldly. I've already repaid her what I owed. I won't sit around waiting to be ambushed a second time. If she makes a move against me, I'll go straight for her precious son. An Ruoxi followed his gaze to Xie Mingyu, and her own eyes turned to ice. Pei Tianming stood anchored near the long banquet table. He had not taken his eyes off An Ruoxi and Xiao Yuan from the moment they arrived. His fingers crushed the stem of his wine glass. Jealousy burned hot in his stare. Tianmingji, Tianmingji. And Chu called his name several times but he didn't hear her. His attention was locked on An Ruoxi. Chu tracked his gaze, and fury seared through her veins. Why did he still care about her when she was already clinging to another man? No, she was going to teach An Ruoxi a lesson right here, right now. With that thought burning in her chest, An Chu snatched a glass of wine and stalked toward her. An Ruoxi caught the movement in her peripheral vision. She turned to Xiao Yuan. Go find a seat. I'm going to grab something to eat. He patted her hand, his touch warm and possessive. What do you want? I'll get it for you. She withdrew her hand with a smile. No need, just wait for me. Xiao Yuan had already noticed An Chu storming toward them. A spark of amusement danced in his eyes. All right. Don't keep me waiting too long. He turned and made his way toward the lounge area. An Ruoxi walked over to the dessert table, picked up a delicate little cake, and took a bite. An Ruoxi. An Chu's voice rang out sharp behind her. An Ruoxi's lips curved. She glanced toward a waiter moving through the crowd with a tray, heading straight for Pei Tianming. The waiter caught her eye and gave a small nod before continuing on his path. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. An Ruoxi turned slowly to face An Chu. She smiled, the picture of innocence. Sister. An Chu stared at that clean, sweet face, and rage boiled up inside her. Was this the innocent little virgin act that had every man drooling? She bit out the words through clenched teeth. You must be really proud of yourself, latching onto Xiao Yuan. And Xiao Li's smile sharpened into something mocking. Can't complain. His a serious upgrade over your useless Pei Tianming. You. And Chu was too furious to form words. She sneered, so what if you've got him now? You really think a man like that would marry you? You're nothing but his plaything. When he tosses you aside, I'll be right there watching you cry. And Xiao Yi shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Sister, are you worried about me? You should focus on yourself. You're not even good enough to qualify as his plaything. You've been chasing Pei Tianming for years, and he still won't give you a title. And Chu's eyes flickered, but she refused to retreat. What do you know? The An and Pei families are already negotiating a marriage alliance. Our engagement will be announced any day now. And Xiao Yi lifted an eyebrow, deeply unimpressed. Anyone can talk. Let me know when it actually happens. She turned her back and resumed browsing the pastries on the table. And Chu stared at her dismissive posture, fire blazing in her eyes, her hands clenched so hard her nails bit into her palms. Then a vicious idea took hold. And Xiao Yi, today I'll humiliate you so thoroughly you'll never show your face in public again. She lunged forward, both hands outstretched toward An Ruoxi's back. Ah! The scream tore through the room as the dessert table crashed to the floor. Cake, shattered plates, and shards of glass sprayed across the marble. Chaos erupted. A crash, then a shriek. Almost every head in the banquet hall turned. And Chu was sprawled in the center of the mess, her dress, her face, her hair coated in thick white cream. You did that on purpose, An Ruoxi, she screamed, fury twisting her features. An Ruoxi stood a few feet away, well clear of the splash zone. That had nothing to do with me. You lost your balance. If I hadn't moved fast, I'd be the one on the floor right now. You. And Chu had lunged at her, but An Ruoxi had slipped away like a fish, and An Chu's momentum sent her face first into the dessert table. More guests gathered, whispering. A few snickers cut through the crowd. And Shangxing and Zhao Qingji rushed over. Zhao Qingji crouched down, her voice dripping with concern. What happened? How did you fall so hard? And Chu saw her back up and immediately turned on the waterworks. She pushed me. I came over to keep her company. I was just being nice, and she shoved me. Zhao Qingji shot An Ruoxi a glare that could freeze champagne. Your sister was trying to be kind, and you pushed her. So young and already so cruel. An Ruoxi didn't flinch. If An Chu had grown up this pathetic, Zhao Qingji deserved most of the credit. She pointed to the ceiling. There's a camera. Let's pull the footage and see what really happened. Zhao Qingji's expression went cold. Fine. If you don't apologize to your sister right now, I won't let this go. And Chu's face went white. She grabbed Zhao Qingji's arm. Mom, just drop it. I don't want to fight with my sister. An Ruoxi wasn't about to let her off the hook. No, for my own innocence, we're checking the tape. She turned, ready to call someone. Don't. And Chu shrieked. We don't need the footage. It was probably my fault. I tripped. I fell on my own. If that tape showed her lunging at An Ruoxi and face-planting instead, She'd be humiliated in front of the whole room. Better to swallow the blame now than be exposed. An Ruoxi watched her squirm and hid a smirk. All bark, no bite. An Shangxing's face was stone. Get up and go change. You've embarrassed us enough. Zhao Qingji helped An Chu toward the dressing room as she left, and Chu threw one last vicious look over her shoulder. An Ruoxi met it with a steady glare of her own. An Chu flinched and hurried away. Once she was gone, An Ruoxi's eyes found a server holding a tray by the edge of the crowd. The man gave her a short nod, then slipped out of the hall. Across the room in the lounge, Xiao Yuan sat with his legs crossed, the picture of leisure. Juhan perched beside him like an eager wingman, grinning at the drama like it was primetime TV. Bro, your future sister-in-law is something else. 2 moves and she put that schemer on the floor. Xiao Yuan rested his chin on his hand, his eyes warm with adoration. Of course. The woman he'd chosen was no ordinary girl. An Ruoxi stayed put. Her people were in position. She glanced toward Liu Jingxian. Now it was her turn. In the VIP lounge, and Chu had changed and reappeared. Zhao Qingji, satisfied she was all right, went back to mingling with the wealthy wives. An Chu wandered the hall, her brow furrowed. Where was Pei Tianqi? Had he left already? The party wasn't even half over. She pulled out her phone and called him. No answer. A cold knot tightened in her chest. Had something happened? She was about to send someone to find him when a server approached. Missin, second young master Pei asked to see you. Her face lit up. Where is he? He's waiting for you in a private lounge. The server smiled. An Chu didn't hesitate. Take me there. The server led her down a quiet corridor to a closed door. He's inside. She pushed it open carefully. Tianqi. Silence. Tianqi, are you here? Still nothing. She was about to turn and storm out, convinced the server had tricked her, when she spotted someone lying on the bed in the dim light. She rushed over. Pei Tianqi lay unconscious, his chest rising and falling faintly. Panic seized her. She dropped to her knees beside the bed. Tianqi, what's wrong? Don't scare me. He didn't stir, his eyes stayed shut. Help, somebody help, there's a man passed out in here. She cradled his head, shouting. Then her voice died in her throat, her gaze traced the sharp lines of his face, and a wild idea took root. She reached out, stroking his cheek. Tianqi, is this fate giving us a chance? If it is, then let's be together forever. She laid him gently back on the bed and started unbuttoning her dress. Back in the banquet hall, An Ruoxi made her way toward Liu Jingxian, who was laughing with a circle of well-dressed wives. She raised her glass with an easy smile. Mrs. Xie, may I have a word in private? Liu Jingxian turned, her eyes swept over An Ruoxi's face, so eerily like An Shengnan's, and a flicker of unease passed through her. She lifted her chin. I prefer to be called President Liu. An Ruoxi's brow rose. Ambitious woman. No wonder Xiao Yuan was so impressive. Liu Jingxian's genes had clearly done their work. The other wives, sensing the tension, excused themselves with polite smiles. An Ruoxi's smile didn't waver. President Liu. A word, please. Liu Jingxian held her glass in one hand, the other arm crossing over her chest. Her tone dripped with condescension. You, not qualified. An Ruoxi didn't flinch. Is that so? She stepped closer, her voice dropping low. What if I want to discuss the fact that you're Xiao Yuan's mother? Liu Jingxian's arm fell, her eyes sharpened to ice. Xiao Yuan told you that? An Ruoxi smiled, slow and triumphant. Can we talk now?